I'm the lawyer for the estate, for the will. She and I are on the same side, but she couldn't hire me. Does she need a lawyer? No. My job is to protect the will and follow its wishes. I do my job, and she gets her money. There's no reason for her to hire a lawyer. Did you explain this to her? I did, and I thought she understood it. What happened? Why are they involved? Jake took another sip and reminded himself to be careful. The two often swapped inside information, but delicate matters were still off limits. I don't know, but I suspect somebody in Memphis heard about the will. Word filtered up to Booker Sistrunk. He smelled money, so he made the drive down, pulled up in front of her house in his black Rolls Royce, and swooped her away. He promised her the moon, and in return he gets a piece. How much? Only they know. It's a confidential matter that's never revealed. A black Rolls Royce? Are you kidding, Jake? Nope. They spotted him yesterday as he arrived in court, parked in front of Security Bank. He was driving, his co-counsel was riding shotgun, and Letty was in the rear seat with a guy in a dark suit, probably a bodyguard of some variety. They're putting on a show, and Letty's falling in with them. I don't get it. Neither do I. Prather was saying this morning they might try and change venue. Move it to another county where they can get more black jurors. Any truth to it? Just a rumor, I guess. You know Marshall. I swear I think he starts half the gossip in town. Any more rumors? Oh, yes, Jake. They're buzzing everywhere. The guys lay off when you walk in, but as soon as you're gone, it's all they talk about. The door opened and two clerks from the tax collector's office walked in and sat at a table nearby. Jake knew them and nodded politely. They were close enough to hear, and they would indeed absorb everything. He leaned toward Dell and said softly, "Keep your ears open, okay?" Jake, honey, you know I miss nothing. I know. Jake left $1 for the coffee and said goodbye. Still unwilling to return to his desk, Jake strolled around the square and stopped at the office of Nick Norton, another sole practitioner who had graduated from the Ole Miss Law School the year Jake started. Nick had inherited the law office from his uncle and was, in all likelihood, somewhat busier than Jake. They referred clients back and forth across the square, and in 10 years had managed to avoid any unpleasant disagreements. 2 years earlier, Nick had represented Marvis Lang when he pleaded guilty to drug trafficking and assault with a deadly weapon. The family had paid a fee of $5,000 in cash, less than what Nick wanted, but more than what most of his clients could pay. Marvis had been dead guilty, and there had been little wiggle room. Plus, he had been unwilling to squeal on his co-defendants. Nick negotiated a 12-year sentence. 4 days earlier, over lunch, Nick had told Jake everything he could about the Lang family and Marvis. He was with a client, but his secretary had pulled the file. Jake promised to copy what he wanted and return it soon. "No rush," said the secretary. "It's been closed for some time." Wade Lanier's favorite lunch spot was Hal and Mal's, an old Jackson haunt a few blocks from the state capitol and a 10-minute walk from his office on State Street. He took his favorite table, ordered a glass of tea, and waited impatiently for 5 minutes until Ian Defoe walked through the door and joined him. They ordered sandwiches, covered the weather and football, and soon enough got down to business. We'll take the case to trial, Lanier said gravely, his voice barely above a whisper, as if delivering an important secret. Ian sort of nodded and shrugged and said, "That's good to hear." Anything to the contrary would have been a surprise. There weren't too many jackpots in the state, and lots of lawyers were circling around this one. "But we don't need any help," Lanier said. "Herschel has that clown from Memphis, unlicensed, of course, in Mississippi, and he'll just get in the way. There's not a damn thing that boy can do to help us, and he can do plenty to irritate me. Can you talk to Herschel and convince him that he and his sister are on the same team and I can handle it? I don't know. Herschel has his own ideas, and Ramona doesn't always agree. Well, figure it out. The courtroom is already crowded, and I suspect Judge Atlee will start whittling down the lineup pretty soon. What if Herschel says no? Wants to keep his own lawyer? We'll deal with it then. First, though, try and convince him that his lawyer is not needed. That's just another finger in the pie." "Okay. Along those same lines, what's your fee proposal?" "We'll take it on a contingency. 1/3 of the recovery. The legal issues are not overly complex, and the trial should last less than a week. We would normally suggest 25% of any settlement, but that looks highly unlikely in my opinion." "Why not?" "It's all or nothing. One will or the other. No room for compromise." Ian considered this, but didn't fully grasp it. The sandwiches arrived, and they spent a few minutes arranging the food on their plates. Lanier said, "We're in, but only if both Ramona and Herschel sign on. So you prefer 1/3 of $14 million as opposed to 1/3 of only $7 million. Ian interrupted in a half-baked attempt to add a little humor, but it fell flat. Lanier ignored it and took a bite. He didn't smile very often anyway. He swallowed and said, "You got it. I can win this case, but I'm not going to have some jackass from Memphis looking over my shoulder, getting in the way and alienating the jury. Plus, Ian, you got to understand that we, my partners and I, are extremely busy. We've vowed to stop taking new cases. My partners are reluctant to commit the firm's time and resources to a will contest. Hell, we got 3 trials against Shell Oil scheduled for next month. Offshore oil rig injuries." Ian filled his mouth with fries so he wouldn't be able to speak. He also held his breath for a second in the hopes that the lawyer would not launch into yet another round of war stories about some of his greatest cases and trials. It was an obnoxious habit most trial lawyers were afflicted with, and Ian had suffered through the routine before. But Lanier resisted the temptation and kept going. "And you're right. If we're taking the case, we want both heirs, not only you. It's the same amount of work. Actually, it's less work for us because we won't waste time dealing with that boy from Memphis." "I'll see what I can do," Ian said. "We'll bill you each month for the expenses, and there'll be some, mainly expert witnesses." "How much?" "We've worked up a litigation budget. $50,000 should cover the expenses." Lanier glanced around, though no other diner could possibly hear a word they were saying. In a lower voice he said, "Plus, we need to hire an investigator, and not just your average run-of-the-mill gumshoe. We got to spend some money on a guy who can infiltrate the world of Letty Lang and find some dirt, and it won't be easy. How much? Strictly a guess, but I'd say another 25. I'm not sure I can afford this lawsuit. Finally, a smile from Lanier, but a forced one. You're about to get rich, Ian. Just stick with me. What makes you so confident? When we met last week, you were pretty cautious, even doubtful. Another gruff smile. That was our first conversation, Ian. The surgeon is always reserved when confronted with a complicated procedure. Now things are getting clearer. We were in court yesterday morning. I got the lay of the land. I heard the opposition. And most important, I got a good look at Letty Lang's lawyers, those slick ricks from Memphis. They are the key to our victory. Put them before a jury in Clanton, and the handwritten will becomes a bad joke. Got that. Let's get back to the 75 grand in expense money. I thought some law firms fronted the expense money and took a reimbursement out of the verdict or settlement. We've done that. Come on, Wade. You do it all the time because most of your clients are broke. They're working stiffs who get mangled in job injuries, stuff like that. Yes, but that's not you, Ian. You can afford to finance a lawsuit. Others cannot. Ethics dictate that a client must cover the expenses if he's financially able. Ethics? Ian asked with a smirk. It was almost an insult, but Lanier took no offense. He was well versed in the ethics of his profession when they could be beneficial. Otherwise, he ignored them. Lanier said, "Come on, Ian. It's only 75 grand, and it'll be spread over the next year or so. I'll pay up to 25. Beyond that, you can cover it, and we'll settle at the end." All right, whatever. We'll figure it out later. We've got bigger problems. Start with Herschel. If he doesn't ditch his lawyer and sign up with me, then I've got bigger fish to fry. Clear enough? I guess all I can do is try. Chapter 14. The Bering Lumber Company was a compound of mismatched metal buildings encircled with chain link 8 feet tall and secured behind heavy gates partially opened, as if visitors weren't really that welcome. It was hidden at the end of a long asphalt drive, unseen from Highway 21, and less than a mile from the Tyler County line. Once inside, and just past the main gate, office buildings were to the left, and acres of raw timber were to the right. Straight ahead was a series of semi-attached buildings where the pine and hardwoods were cleaned, sized, cut, and treated before being stored in warehouses. A parking lot to the right was filled with well-worn pickup trucks, a sign that business was booming. Folks had jobs, which were always scarce in this part of the country. Seth Hubbard lost the lumber yard in his second divorce, only to get it back a few years later. Harry Rex engineered the forced sale for $200,000 and made off with the money. For his client, of course. Seth, true to form, waited patiently in the bushes until a downturn, then squeezed the desperate owner for a quick sale. No one knew where the name Bering came from. As Jake was learning, Seth pulled names randomly from the air and stuck them on his corporations. When he owned it the first time around, it was Palmyra lumber. To confuse anyone who might be watching, he selected Bering for the second go. Bering was his home office, though he had others at various times. After he sold out, and after he was diagnosed with lung cancer, he consolidated his records and spent more time at Bering. The day after his death, Sheriff Ozzie Wall stopped by and had a friendly chat with the office employees. He strongly suggested that nothing be touched. The lawyers would soon follow, and from there things would only get complicated. Jake had spoken twice on the phone with Arlene Trotter, Seth's secretary. She had been pleasant enough, though certainly not eager to help. On Friday, almost 2 weeks after the suicide, Jake walked through the front door and into a reception area with a desk in the center of it. Behind the desk was a heavily made-up young lady with wild black hair, a tight sweater, and the unmistakable look of a woman who was fast and loose. A brass plate gave only her first name, Kamala. And Jake's second or third impression was that the exotic name matched the person. She offered a comely smile, and Jake was already thinking about the comment, Seth had zipper problems. He introduced himself. She did not stand, but gave a soft handshake. "Arlene's waiting," she cooed as she pushed a button to someone's office. "I'm very sorry about your boss," Jake said. He did not remember seeing Kamala at the funeral, and he was certain he would have remembered the face and figure had she been there. "It's very sad," she said. "How long have you worked here?" 2 years. Seth was a nice man and a good boss. I never had the pleasure of meeting. Arlene Trotter appeared from a hallway and offered a hand. She was around 50, but completely gray, a little heavy but fighting it. Her matching pantsuit was a decade out of style. They chatted as they walked deeper into the hodgepodge of offices. "That's his," she said, pointing to a closed door. Her desk was right beside the door, literally guarding it. "His records are over there," she added, pointing to another door. "Nothing has been touched. Russell Amberg called me the night he died and said to secure everything. Then the sheriff stopped by the next day and said the same thing. It's been very quiet around here." Her voice cracked for a second. "I'm sorry." "You'll probably find his books in good order. Seth kept good records of everything, and as he got sicker, he spent more time organizing everything." "When did you last see him?" "The Friday before he died. He was not feeling well, and he left around 3 p.m. Said he was going home to rest. I heard he wrote that last will here. Is that right?" "That appears to be correct. Did you know anything about it?" She paused for a moment and seemed unable or unwilling to answer. "Can I ask you a question, Mr. Brigance?" "Sure." "Whose side are you on? Are we supposed to trust you, or do we need our own lawyers?" "Well, I don't think more lawyers is a good idea. I'm the attorney for the estate, chosen by Mr. Hubbard, and instructed by him to make sure his last will, the handwritten will, is honored and followed." "And that's the will that gives everything to his maid?" "Basically, yes." "Okay. What's our role in this?" "You don't have a role in the administration of his estate. You might be called as a witness if the will is contested by his family. As in a trial, in a courtroom? She took a step back and seemed frightened. It's possible, but it's too early to worry about it. How many people here worked with Seth on a daily basis? Arlene wrung her hands and collected her thoughts. She leaned back and situated herself on the corner of her desk. Me, Kamala, and Dwayne. That's about it. There are some offices on the other side, but those guys didn't see much of Seth. To be honest, we didn't see much of him either. Not until the past year when he was sick. Seth preferred to be on the road, checking his factories, his timber, running after his deals, flying to Mexico to open another furniture plant. He really didn't like to stay at home. Who kept up with it? That was my job. We talked every day by phone. I made some of his travel arrangements, but he usually preferred to do that himself. He was not one to delegate. He paid all of his personal bills, wrote every check, balanced every account, kept up with every dime. His CPA is a guy in Tupelo. I've spoken to him. He has boxes of records. I'd like to speak to you, Kamala, and Dwayne later if possible. Sure. We're all here. The room had no windows and poor lighting. An old desk and chair indicated that it once might have been used as an office, but not recently. A thick layer of dust covered everything. One wall was lined with tall, black metal file cabinets. Another wall had nothing but a 1987 Kenworth truck calendar hanging by a nail. 4 imposing cardboard boxes were stacked on the desk, and that's where Jake began. Careful to keep things in order, he flipped through the files in the first box, noting what was in them, but not exactly crunching the numbers. That would come later. The first box was labeled real estate, and it was filled with deeds, canceled mortgages, appraisals, tax bills, tax assessments, paid invoices from contractors, copies of checks written by Seth, and closing statements from lawyers. There were records for Seth's home place on Simpson Road, a cabin near Boone, North Carolina, a condo in a high-rise near Destin, Florida, and several parcels of what appeared at first glance to be raw land. The second box was labeled timber contracts. The third was bank brokerage, and Jake's interest rose somewhat. A Merrill Lynch portfolio in an Atlanta office had a balance of almost $7 million. A bond fund at UBS in Zurich was valued at just over $3 million. A cash account at the Royal Bank of Canada on the island of Grand Cayman had $6.5 million. But all 3 of these rather exotic and exciting accounts had been closed in late September. Jake dug deeper, followed the trail that Seth had carefully left behind, and soon found the money sitting in a bank in Birmingham, earning 6% annually, and just waiting for probate. $21.2 million, cash. Such figures made him dizzy. For a small-town lawyer living in a rented house and driving a car with almost 200,000 miles on the odometer, the scene was surreal. He, Jake, poking through cardboard boxes in a dusty, semi-lit storage room in a prefabricated office building at a backwoods sawmill in rural Mississippi, and casually looking at sums of money that greatly exceeded the combined lifetime earnings of every lawyer now working in Ford County. He started laughing. The money was really there. He shook his head in amazement and suddenly had a profound admiration for Mr. Seth Hubbard. Someone rapped on the door, and Jake almost jumped out of his skin. He closed the box, opened the door, and stepped outside. Arlene said, "Mr. Brigance, this is Dwayne Squire. His official title is Vice President, but in reality he just does what I tell him." Arlene managed to laugh. The first one. Jake and Dwayne exchanged a nervous handshake while shapely Kamala watched close by. The three employees stared at him, obviously wishing to discuss something important. Dwayne was a wiry, hyper sort who, as it turned out, chain-smoked cools with little regard for where his fumes drifted. "Can we talk to you?" asked Arlene, the unquestioned leader. Dwayne fired up a cool, his hands palsy-like as he arranged the cigarette. "Talk, as in a serious conversation, not just a chat about the weather." "Sure," Jake said. "What's on your mind?" Arlene thrust forward a business card and asked, "Do you know this man?" Jake looked at it. Reed Maxey, attorney at law, Jackson, Mississippi. "No," Jake said. "Never heard of him. Why?" "Well, he dropped by last Tuesday. Said he was working on Mr. Hubbard's estate, and that the court was concerned about the handwritten will that you filed, or whatever it's called. Said the will is probably invalid because Seth was obviously doped up and out of his mind when he was planning to kill himself, and at the same time writing that will. Said that the three of us would be crucial witnesses because we saw Seth the Friday before the suicide, and it would be up to us to testify as to how doped up he was. And to boot, the real will, the one prepared by real lawyers and such, leaves some money to us as friends and employees. So he said it would be in our best interests to tell the truth. Tell how Seth lacked, what was the term? Testamentary capacity, Dwayne said from deep within the menthol fog. That's it, testamentary capacity. He made it sound like Seth was crazy. Stunned, Jake managed to maintain a grim face and give away nothing. His first reaction was anger. How dare another lawyer step into his case, tell lies, and tamper with witnesses? There were so many ethical violations, Jake couldn't think of them all. His second reaction, though, was more restrained. This lawyer was a fraud, a fake. No one would do this. He kept his cool and said, "Well, I'll have a talk with this lawyer and tell him to butt out." "What's in the other will, the real one?" Dwayne asked. "I haven't seen it. It was prepared by some lawyers in Tupelo, and they have not yet been required to show it." "Do you think we're in it?" Kamala asked without the slightest effort at subtlety. "Don't know." "Can we find out?" she asked. I doubt it. Jake wanted to ask if such knowledge might affect their testimony, but he decided to say as little as possible. Arlene said, "He asked a lot of questions about Seth and how he was acting that Friday. He wanted to know how he was feeling and all about his medications." "And what did you tell him?" "Not much. To be honest, he was not the kind of person I wanted to talk to. He was shifty-eyed and—" "A real fast talker," Dwayne added. "Too fast. At times I couldn't understand him, and I kept thinking, This guy's a lawyer? Hate to see him in court, in front of a jury. Kamala said, he got pretty aggressive, too, almost demanding that we tell our stories a certain way. He really wanted us to say that Seth was unbalanced because of all the drugs. Dwayne, smoke pouring from his nostrils, said, at one point, he placed his briefcase on Arlene's desk, upright in an odd position, and made no effort to open it. He's trying to tape this, I said to myself. He's got a recorder in there. No, he wasn't too smooth, Arlene said. We believed him at first, you know. Guy comes in wearing a nice dark suit, says he's a lawyer, hands over his card, and seems to know a lot about Seth Hubbard and his business. He insisted on talking to the three of us at the same time, and we didn't know how to say no. So we talked, or rather he talked. We did most of the listening. How would you describe this guy? Jake asked. Age, height, weight, so on. The three looked at each other with great reluctance, certain that there would be little agreement. How old? Arlene asked the others. I'd say 40. Dwayne nodded and Kamala said, yes, maybe 45. 6 feet thick. I'd say 200 pounds. At least 200, Dwayne said. Dark hair, real dark, thick, kind of shaggy. Needed a haircut, Arlene said. Thick mustache and sideburns, no glasses. He smoked Camels, Dwayne said. Filters. I'll track him down and find out what he's up to, Jake said, though by then he was fairly certain there was no lawyer named Reed Maxey. Even the dumbest of lawyers would know that such a visit would lead to sure trouble and an ethics investigation. Nothing added up. Should we talk to a lawyer? Kamala asked. I mean, this is something new for me, for us. It's kind of scary. Not yet, Jake said. He planned to get them one-on-one and hear their stories. A group talk might sway the narrative. Perhaps later, but not now. What'll happen to this place? Dwayne asked, then noisily filled his lungs. Jake walked across the open space and roughly yanked open a window so he could breathe. Why can't you smoke outside? Kamala hissed at the vice president. It was obvious the smoking issue had been roiling for some time. Their boss had been dying of lung cancer, and his office suite smelled like burned charcoal. Of course, smoking was permitted. Jake walked back, stood before them and said, Mr. Hubbard, in his will, directed his executor to sell all of his assets for fair value and reduce everything to cash. This business will continue operating until someone buys it. When will that happen? Arlene asked. Whenever the right offer comes along. Now or 2 years from now. Even if the estate gets bogged down in a will contest, Mr. Hubbard's assets will be protected by the court. I'm sure word is out in these parts that this business will go on the block. We might get an offer in the near future. Until then, nothing changes. Assuming, of course, that the employees here can continue to run things. Dwayne's been running it for 5 years, Arlene said graciously. We'll carry on, he said. Good. Now, if there's nothing else, I need to get back into the records. The three thanked him and left. 30 minutes later, as Arlene puttered at her desk, Jake walked over and said, I'd like to see his office. She waved her arm and said, It's unlocked. Then she stood and opened the door for Jake. It was a long, narrow room with a desk and chairs at one end and a cheap conference table at the other. Not surprisingly, there was a lot of wood on display. Heart pine walls and flooring, stained to a bronze-like finish. Darker oak bookshelves along the walls, many of them empty. There was no ego wall, no diplomas because Seth had earned none, no civic club awards, no photos with politicians. In fact, there was not a single photo anywhere in the office. The desk appeared to be a custom-made table with drawers, and the top of it was virtually bare. One stack of papers and 3 empty ashtrays. On the one hand, it was what you would expect from a country boy who had managed to put together some assets in his later years. On the other hand, it was hard to believe that a man worth $20 million wouldn't have a nicer office. "Everything's neat and tidy," Jake said, almost to himself. "Seth liked things in order," Arlene said. They walked to the far end where Jake pulled a chair away from the conference table and said, "Got a minute?" She sat down too, as if she had been expecting a conversation and was looking forward to it. Jake pulled over a phone and said, "Let's call this Reed Maxey guy, okay?" "Okay, whatever." "You're the lawyer." Jake dialed the number on the business card and to his surprise got a receptionist who announced the name of a large, well-known Jackson law firm. Jake asked for a Mr. Reed Maxey, who evidently worked there because she said, "One moment, please." The next female voice said, "Mr. Maxey's office." Jake gave his name and asked to speak to the lawyer. "Mr. Maxey's out of town and won't be back until Monday," she said. Turning on the charm, Jake explained the basics of what he was doing, and with a hint of gloom, said he was afraid someone might be impersonating Mr. Reed Maxey. "Was he in Ford County last Tuesday?" he asked. "Oh, no. He's been in Dallas on business since Monday." Jake said he had a physical description of her boss and proceeded to describe the imposter. At one point, the secretary chuckled and said, No, there's some mistake. The Reed Maxey I work for is 62 years old, bald, and is shorter than me, and I'm 5'9". "Do you know of another lawyer in Jackson named Reed Maxey?" he asked. "No, sorry." Jake thanked her and promised to call her boss next week for a more in-depth discussion. When he hung up, he said, "Just what I thought. The guy was lying. He was not a lawyer. He may be working for one, but he's a fake." Poor Arlene just stared at him, unable to put words together. He went on, "I have no idea who the guy is and will probably never see him again. I'll try and find out, but we may never know. I suspect he was sent by someone involved in the case, but I can only speculate." "But why?" she managed to ask. "To intimidate you, confuse you, frighten you. In all likelihood, the 3 of you, and perhaps others who work here, will be called to testify about Seth's behavior in the days before he died. Was he of sound mind? Was he acting strange? Was he heavily medicated? If so, were the drugs affecting his judgment? These will be crucial questions down the road." She seemed to ponder them as Jake waited. After a long pause, he said, "So, Arlene, let's have some answers." He wrote the will right here in this office on Saturday morning. He had to mail it before noon for me to receive it on Monday. You saw him Friday, right? Yes. Did you notice anything unusual? She pulled a tissue from a pocket and touched her eyes. I'm sorry, she said, crying before she had really said anything. This could take some time, Jake thought. She pulled herself together, stiffened her spine, and smiled at Jake. You know, Mr. Brigance, I'm not certain who to trust in this situation. But to be perfectly honest, I trust you. Thanks, I guess. You see, my brother was on that jury. Which jury? Carl Lee Haley. All 12 names were forever etched in Jake's memory. He smiled and asked, which one? Barry Acker, my youngest brother. I'll never forget him. He has a lot of respect for you because of that trial and all. And I have a lot of respect for him. They were very courageous, and they reached the right verdict. When I heard that you were the lawyer for Seth's estate, I felt better. But then, when we heard about his last will, well, it's pretty confusing. I understand. Let's trust each other, okay? Drop the Mr. stuff. Call me Jake. And tell me the truth. Fair enough? Arlene placed the tissue on the table and relaxed in her chair. Fair enough. But I don't want to go to court. Let's worry about that later. For now, just give me some background. Okay. She swallowed hard, braced herself, and let it rip. Seth's last days were not pleasant. He'd been up and down for a month or so, post-chemo. He had 2 rounds of chemo and radiation, lost his hair, and a lot of weight. So weak and sick, he couldn't get out of bed. But he was a tough old guy and wouldn't quit. It was lung cancer, though. And when the tumors came back, he knew the end was near. He stopped traveling and spent more time here. He was in pain, taking a lot of Demerol. He would come in early, drink some coffee, and feel okay for a few hours, but then he would fade. I never saw him take the painkillers, but he told me about them. At times, he was drowsy and dizzy and even nauseous. He insisted on driving, and that worried us. Worried who? The 3 of us. We took care of Seth. He never allowed people to get close. You said you never met him. I'm not surprised because Seth avoided people. He hated small talk. He was not a warm person. He was a loner who didn't want anyone knowing his business or doing things for him. He'd get his own coffee. If I took it to him, he wouldn't say thanks. He trusted Dwayne to run his business, but they didn't spend much time together. Kamala's been here a couple of years, and Seth really liked to flirt with her. She's a tart, but a sweet girl, and he liked her. But that's it. Just the 3 of us. In his last days, did you see him do anything out of the ordinary? Not really. He felt bad. He napped a lot. He seemed upbeat on that Friday. We've talked about it, the 3 of us, and it's not unusual for people who've made the decision to commit suicide to become relaxed, even look forward to the end. I think Seth knew on that Friday what he was about to do. He was tired of it all. He was dying anyway. Did he ever discuss his will? She found this funny and uttered a quick laugh. Seth didn't talk about his private matters. Never. I've worked here for 6 years, and I've never heard him say a word about his children, grandchildren, relatives, friends, enemies. Letty Lang? Not a word. I've never been to his house, never met that woman, know nothing about her. I saw her picture in the paper this week, first time I've seen her face. It's rumored Seth liked the ladies. I've heard those rumors, but he never touched me, never came home. If Seth Hubbard had 5 girlfriends, you'd never know it. Were you aware of what he was doing with his businesses? Most of it. A lot of stuff crossed my desk. It had to. He warned me many times about confidentiality. But I never knew it all. Not sure anybody did. When he sold out last year, he gave me a bonus of $50,000. Dwayne and Kamala got bonuses too, but I have no idea how much. He paid us well. Seth was a fair man who expected his people to work hard, and he didn't mind paying them. And there's something else you should know. Seth was not a bigot like most white people around here. We have 80 employees on this yard, half white, half black, all paid the same scale. I've heard all of his furniture factories and lumber yards work the same way. He wasn't much for politics, but he despised the way black people have been treated in the South. He was just a fair man. I came to respect him a great deal. Her voice cracked, and she went for the tissue. Jake glanced at his watch and was surprised to see it was almost noon. He had been there for 2.5 hours. He said he had to go, but would return early the following week with a Mr. Quince Lundy, the new court-appointed administrator. On the way out, he spoke to Dwayne and got a pleasant goodbye from Kamala. As he drove back to Clanton, his mind spun with the possible scenarios that involved some thug posing as a big firm Jackson lawyer and trying to intimidate potential witnesses, and doing so just days after the suicide and before the first court hearing. Whoever he was, he would never be seen again. More than likely, he worked for one of the lawyers representing Herschel or Ramona or their kids. Wade Lanier was Jake's top suspect. He ran a 10-man litigation firm with a reputation for aggressive and creative tactics. Jake had spoken to a classmate who mixed it up often with the Lanier firm. The scouting report was impressive, but also disheartening. When it came to ethics, the firm was notorious for breaking the rules, then running to the judge and pointing fingers at the other guys. "Don't turn your back," Jake's friend had said. For 3 years, Jake had carried a gun to protect himself from Klansmen and other crazies. Now he was beginning to wonder if he needed protection from the sharks swimming after the Hubbard fortune. Chapter 15. Sleep was fleeting these nights as Letty found herself yielding even more space to her family. Simeon had not left home in over a week, and he took up half the bed. Letty shared the other half with her 2 grandchildren. 2 nephews were sleeping on the floor. She awoke as the sun was rising. She was on her side, looking at her husband wrapped in a blanket and snoring off last night's beer. Without moving, she watched him for a while as her thoughts drifted unpleasantly. He was getting fat and gray, and his paychecks were shrinking as the years clicked along. Hey, big boy. Time for a road trip, huh? Time to disappear as only you can do, and give me a break around here for a month or two. You're good for nothing but sex, but who can do that with grandkids in the room? Simeon, though, was not leaving. No one was leaving Letty nowadays. She had to admit that his behavior had improved dramatically in the past couple of weeks, since, of course, Mr. Hubbard had passed and altered things. Simeon still drank every night, but not to excess, not like before. He was kind to Cypress, offering to run errands for her and refraining from his usual insulting manner. He was showing patience with the children. He had cooked twice on the grill and cleaned the kitchen, a first. Last Sunday he went to church with the family. The most obvious change was his gentle and thoughtful nature when he was around his wife. He hadn't hit her in several years, but when you've been beaten, you never forget it. The bruises go away, but the scars remain, deep, hidden, raw. You stay beaten. It takes a real coward to beat a woman. Eventually, he had said he was sorry. She said she forgave him, but she did not. In her book, some sins cannot be forgiven, and beating your wife is one of them. She had made a vow that she was still determined to keep. One day, she would walk away and be free. It might take 10 years or 20, but she would find the courage to leave his sorry ass. She was not sure if Mr. Hubbard had made a divorce more or less likely. On the one hand, it would be far more difficult to leave Simeon when he was fawning over her and following every command. On the other, the money would mean independence. Or would it? Would it mean a better life in a bigger house with nicer things and fewer worries, and perhaps freedom from a husband she did not like? Surely these were possible. But would it also lead to a lifetime of running from family and friends and strangers, all with their hands out? Already Letty was feeling the urge to run. She had felt trapped for years in her box-like house with too many people and not enough beds, too few square feet. Now, though, the walls were really closing in. Anthony, the 5-year-old, shifted in his sleep down by her feet. Letty quietly eased out of bed, picked up her bathrobe from the floor, put it on, and left the room without making a sound. The hall floor creaked under the worn and dirty carpet. Next door, Cypress was asleep in her bed, her mammoth body too big for the scrawny blanket. Her wheelchair sat folded next to the window. On the floor were 2 kids who belonged to a sister of Letty's. She peeked into the 3rd bedroom, where Clarice and Phaedra slept together in a single bed, arms and legs dangling. Letty's sister had the other bed, and for almost a week now. Another kid lay knotted, knees to chest, on the floor. In the den, Kirk had the floor, while an uncle snored on his sofa. Bodies were everywhere, it seemed to Letty as she turned on the kitchen light and stared at the mess from last night's dinner. She would do the dishes later. She made coffee, and while it was brewing, she checked the refrigerator and found what she was anticipating. Other than a few eggs and a pack of lunch meat, there was little in the way of food certainly not enough to feed the masses. She would send her dear husband to the store as soon as he was up. And the groceries would be paid for not by wages earned by Simeon or her, nor by a government check, but by the generosity of their new hero, the Honorable Booker Sistrunk. Simeon had asked him for a loan of $5,000.
A man drives a car like that ain't worrying about no 5,000 bucks.
It really wasn't a loan, Simeon had said, but more like an advance. Booker said sure, and they'd both signed the promissory note. Letty kept the cash hidden in a saltine box in the pantry. She put on sandals, tightened the bathrobe, and walked outside. It was October 15th, and the air was chilly again. The leaves were turning and fluttering in the breeze. She sipped from her favorite cup and ambled across the grass to a small shed where they stored their lawnmower and other necessities. Behind the shed, a swing hung by ropes from a hemlock, and Letty sat down. She kicked off the sandals, shoved back with her feet, and began flowing through the air. She had already been asked, and the questions would return again and again. Why did Mr. Hubbard do what he did? And did he discuss it with her? The latter was the easier. No, he never discussed anything with her. They would talk about the weather, repairs around his house, what to buy at the store, and what to cook for dinner, but nothing important. That was her standard response for the moment. The truth was that on 2 occasions, he had casually and unexpectedly mentioned leaving something behind for her. He knew he was dying and that death was near. He was making plans for his exit and wanted to assure her that she would get something. But why did he leave her so much? His kids were not nice people, but they didn't deserve such a harsh penalty. Letty certainly didn't deserve what he left her. None of it made sense. Why couldn't she sit down with Herschel and Ramona, just the 3 of them, without all those lawyers, and work out a deal where they split the money in some reasonable manner? Letty had never had anything, and she wasn't greedy. It wouldn't take much to satisfy her. She would yield most of the estate to the Hubbards. She just wanted enough to start another life. A car approached on the county road in front of the house. It slowed, then kept going, as if the driver needed a long look at the home of Letty Lang. Minutes later, another one came from the other direction. Letty recognized it. Her brother Rontel and his passel of rotten kids and bitch of a wife. He had called and said they might be coming over, and here they were, dropping in too early on a Saturday morning to see their beloved Aunt Letty, who'd gotten her picture on the front page and was everybody's favorite topic now that she had wormed her way into that old white man's will and was about to be rich. She scampered into the house and began yelling. As Simeon hovered over his grocery list at the kitchen counter, he caught a glimpse of Letty reaching her hand into a box of saltines in the pantry. She withdrew cash. He pretended not to notice, but seconds later, as she went to the den, he grabbed the box and pulled out 10 $100 bills. So that's where she's hiding our money. At least 4 of the kids, along with Rontel, said they wanted to go to the store, but Simeon needed some quiet time. He managed to sneak out the back door, hop in his truck, and leave without being seen. He was headed to Clanton, 15 minutes away and enjoying the solitude. He realized he missed the open road, the days away from home, the late-night bars and lounges and women. He would leave Letty eventually and move far away, but it damn sure wouldn't happen now. No, sir. For the foreseeable future, Simeon Lang planned to be the model husband. Or so he told himself. He often did not know why he did the things he did. An evil voice came from nowhere, and Simeon listened to it. Tank's Tonk was a few miles north of Clanton, at the end of a dirt road that was used only by those looking for trouble. Tank had no liquor license, no permit, and no Chamber of Commerce sticker in the front window. Drinking, gambling, and whoring were illegal in other parts of the county. The coldest beer in the area was kept in Tank's coolers, and Simeon suddenly had a craving as he puttered innocently down the road with his wife's grocery list in one pocket and their lawyer's borrowed cash in another. Ice-cold beer and Saturday morning dice and cards. What could be better? Last night's smoke and debris were being cleared as a one-armed boy they called Lute mopped around the tables. Broken glass littered the dance floor, evidence of the inevitable fight.
Anybody get shot?
Simeon asked as he popped the top of a 16-ounce can. He was alone at the bar.
Not yet. Got 2 in the hospital with cracked skulls,
replied Ontario, the one-legged bartender who had been to prison for killing his first 2 wives. He was now single. Tank had a soft spot for amputees, and most of his employees were missing a limb or 2. Baxter, the bouncer, was minus an ear.
Sorry I missed it,
Simeon said, gulping.
I hear it was a right good scrape. Looks like it. Benji in? I think so.
Benji dealt blackjack in a locked, windowless room behind the bar. Next to it, in a similar room, they were shooting dice at the moment, and anxious voices could be heard. A comely white woman with all limbs and other critical body parts intact and exposed walked in and said to Ontario,
I'm here. I thought you slept all day, he replied. Expecting some customers.
She kept walking, and when she passed behind Simeon, she gently raked her long, fake pink fingernails across his shoulder.
Ready for business,
she cooed into his ear, but he pretended not to hear. Her name was Bonnie, and for years she had worked the back room where many of the young black men of Ford County first crossed the line. Simeon had been there several times, but not today. When she was out of sight, he drifted to the rear and found the blackjack dealer. Benji closed the door and asked,
How deep, man?
1,000, Simeon said, cocky with the cash, a big player. He quickly spread the 10 bills across the felt surface of the blackjack table. Benji's eyes widened.
Good God, man. You clear this with Tank?
No.
Don't tell me you ain't seen $1,000 before. A minute.
He took a key out of his pocket and opened the cash box under the table. He counted, pondered, worried, then said,
I guess I can do it. As I recall, you ain't much of a threat anyway. Just shut up and deal.
Benji exchanged the cash for 10 black chips. The door opened and Ontario hopped in with a fresh beer.
You got any peanuts?
Simeon asked.
Bitch didn't fix breakfast. I'll find something,
he mumbled as he left. Benji, shuffling, said,
I wouldn't be calling that woman no names from what I hear. You believe everything you hear?
They split the first 6 hands. Then Bonnie arrived with a platter of mixed nuts and another cold beer in a frosted mug. She had changed costumes and was wearing skimpy see-through lingerie with black stockings and kinky platform high heels that would make a tart blush. Simeon took a long look. Benji mumbled,
Oh, boy.
Bonnie inquired,
Anything else you want? Not right now,
Simeon said. An hour and 3 beers later, Simeon looked at his watch, knew he should leave, but couldn't force himself. His home was packed with freeloading kinfolk. Letty was impossible, and he hated Rontel on a good day. All those damn kids running around. Bonnie was back with another beer, one she delivered topless. Simeon called a timeout, said he'd be back shortly. The fight started after Simeon doubled down on a hard 12, a stupid move in anyone's how-to book. Benji dealt him a queen, busted him, and pulled away his last 2 chips.
Loan me $500,
Simeon demanded immediately.
Ain't no bank around here,
Benji said predictably.
Tank don't do no credit.
Simeon, drunk, slapped the table and yelled,
Give me 5 chips, 100 each.
The game had attracted another player, a burly young man with biceps as round as basketballs. They called him Rasco, and he'd been playing $5 chips as he watched Simeon throw around the big money until it was all gone.
Watch it,
Rasco snapped as he grabbed his chips. Simeon had been irritated by Rasco's presence to begin with. A high roller like himself should be able to play alone, one-on-one with the dealer. In a flash, Simeon knew there would be a fight, and in these situations, he had learned that it was best to draw first blood, to land the initial and maybe decisive blow. He swung wildly, missed badly, and as Benji was yelling,
Stop that nonsense! Not in here, you don't!
Rasco bounced from his chair. He was much taller than he appeared sitting down, and pummeled Simeon with 2 brutal shots to the face. Simeon woke up later in the parking lot, where they had dragged him to his truck and laid him on the tailgate. He sat up, looked around, saw no one, gingerly touched his right eye, which was closed, and delicately rubbed his left jaw, which was quite tender. He glanced at his watch, but it wasn't there. In addition to blowing the $1,000 he had stolen from Letty, he realized he had lost $120 he had planned to use for the groceries. All cash and coins had been pilfered. They had left behind his wallet, though it contained nothing of value. For a moment, Simeon thought about rushing into the tonk, grabbing one-legged Ontario or one-armed Loot, and demanding to be reimbursed for the stolen money. After all, he had been robbed on their premises. What kind of tonk were they running? He changed his mind, though, and drove away. He'd come back later and meet with Tank, get things settled. Ontario was watching, and when Simeon's truck was out of sight, he called the sheriff's office. They stopped him at the Clanton city limits, arrested him for drunk driving, handcuffed him, and gave him a ride to jail. He was thrown in the drunk tank and informed he could not use a telephone until he sobered up. He wasn't too eager to call home anyway. In time for lunch, Darius arrived from Memphis with his wife, Natalie, and a carload of kids. They were hungry, of course, and Natalie had at least brought a large platter of coconut squares. Rontel's wife had brought nothing. No sign of Simeon and the groceries. Other plans were made, with Darius dispatched by Letty to the store. As the afternoon dragged on, the crowd moved outdoors, where the boys played tackle football and the men sipped beer. Rontel fired up the grill, and the rich aroma of barbecue ribs settled like a fog over the backyard. The women sat on the porch and talked and laughed. Others arrived, 2 cousins from Tupelo and some friends from Clanton. They all wanted to spend time with Letty. She loved the spotlight, the admiration, the fawning, and even though she was suspicious of their motives, she couldn't deny the pleasure of being the center of attention. No one mentioned the will, the money, or Mr. Hubbard, at least not in her presence. The figure of $20 million had been tossed around so much and with such authority that it was now accepted fact, established and well known. The money was there, and Letty was all set to collect 90% of it. At one point, though, Darius couldn't resist. When he and Rontel were alone by the grill, he asked,
"You see the paper this morning?"
"Yep," Rontel replied.
"Don't see how that can help much." "That's what I was thinking. But it sure makes Booker Sistrunk look good. I'm sure he called the newspaper, planted the story."
Front page, Mid-South section of the Memphis morning paper. A nice, gossipy story about Mr. Hubbard's suicide and his unusual will, with the same photo of Letty all dressed up in her courtroom best, with Booker Sistrunk and Kendrick Boast pawing at her. "They'll be coming out of the woods," Darius said. Rontel grunted and laughed and waved his arm.
"They already here," he said, "lined up, just waiting. How much you reckon Sistrunk'll take?" "I asked her, but she ain't telling." "He won't get half, will he?" "Don't know. He ain't cheap."
A nephew stopped by to check on the ribs, and the 2 uncles changed the subject. Late in the afternoon, Simeon was removed from the drunk tank and led by a deputy to the small, windowless room used by the lawyers to huddle with their clients. He was given an ice pack for his face and a cup of fresh coffee.
"What now?" he asked.
"You got a visitor," the deputy said. 5 minutes later, Ozzie walked in and sat down. He was wearing blue jeans and a sports coat, with a badge on his belt and holster on his hip. He said, "Don't think we've ever met."
"I voted for you twice,"
Simeon said.
"Thank you. But they all say that after you win."
Ozzie had checked the records and knew damned well Simeon Lang was not registered to vote.
"I swear I did."
"Got a call from Tank. Said stay away, okay? No more trouble out of you."
"They cleaned my pockets."
"It's a tough place. You know the rules, because there are no rules. Just stay away."
"I want my money back."
"You can forget that money. You want to go home, or you want to stay here tonight?"
"I'd rather go home."
"Let's go." Simeon rode in the front seat of Ozzie's car, no handcuffs. A deputy followed in Simeon's pickup. Nothing was said for the first 10 minutes as they listened to the squawking on the sheriff's radio. Ozzie finally turned it down and said, "None of my business, Simeon. But those Memphis lawyers got no business down here. Your wife's already looking bad, at least in the eyes of the rest of the county. This all comes down to a trial by jury, and y'all are pissing everybody off. Simeon's first thought was to tell him to butt out, but his brain was numb and his jaw was aching. He didn't want to argue. Instead, he thought how cool it was, riding shotgun in the big car and being escorted home. "You hear me?" Ozzy asked. In other words, say something. "What would you do?" Simeon asked. "Get rid of those lawyers. Jake Brigance will win the case for you. He's a kid. Go ask Carl Lee Haley." Simeon couldn't think quick enough for a response, not that there was one. For blacks in Ford County, the Haley verdict meant everything. Ozzy pressed on. "You asked what I would do. I'd clean up my act and stay out of trouble. What you mean drinking and whoring and losing money at cars on Saturday morning? Or any other day for that matter? Your wife's getting all this attention. White folk already suspicious, and you looking at a jury trial down the road. Last thing you need is your name in the paper for drunk driving or fighting or whatever. What do you think?" Drinking, whoring, and gambling. But Simeon fumed without speaking. He was 46 years old and unaccustomed to being reprimanded by a man who was not his boss. "Clean your act up, okay?" Ozzy said. "What about the drunk driving charge?" "I put it off 6 months. See how you behave. One more screw up and I'll have you in court. Tank will call the minute you walk through his door. Understand?" "I got it." "There's something else. That truck you've been driving from Memphis to Houston and El Paso, who owns it?" "Company in Memphis." "This company got a name?" "My boss got a name. I don't know who his boss is." "I doubt that. What's in the truck?" Simeon went quiet and gazed through the side window. After a heavy pause, he said, "It's a storage company. We haul a lot of stuff." "Any of it stolen?" "Of course not." "Then why is the FBI asking questions?" "I ain't seen no FBI." "Not yet, but they called me 2 days ago. They had your name. Look, Simeon, you get your ass busted by the feds, and you and Letty can forget about a jury trial in this county. Can't you see this, man? Front page news. Hell, everybody in town is talking about Letty and Mr. Hubbard's will anyway. You screw up, and you get no sympathy from any jury. I'm not even sure the black folk will stick with you. You gotta think, man." "The feds," Simeon almost said, but he held his tongue and continued looking through the window. They rode in silence until they were close to his home. To spare him the indignity, Ozzy allowed him to get in his truck and drive. "Be in court at 9 Wednesday morning," he said. "I'll get Jake to handle the paperwork. We'll bump it down the road for a while." Simeon thanked him and drove away, slowly. He counted 8 cars parked in his driveway and around his front yard. Smoke lifted from the grill. Kids were everywhere. A regular party as they closed ranks around their dear Letty. He parked on the road and began walking toward the house. This might get ugly. Chapter 16. Since the arrival of Mr. Hubbard's last will and testament 2 weeks earlier, the morning mail had become far more interesting. Each day brought a new wrinkle as more lawyers piled on and scrambled for position. Wade Lanier filed a petition to contest the will on behalf of Ramona and Ian Defoe, and it proved inspirational. Within days, similar petitions were filed by lawyers representing Herschel Hubbard, his children, and the Defoe children. Since petitions were allowed to be liberally amended, the early drafts followed the same basic strategy. They claimed that the handwritten will was invalid because, 1, Seth Hubbard lacked testamentary capacity, and 2, he was unduly influenced by Letty Lang. Nothing was offered to substantiate these allegations, but that was not unusual in the suing business. Mississippi held to the practice of notice pleading, or in other words, just lay out the basics and try to prove the specifics later. Behind the scenes, Ian Defoe's efforts to convince Herschel to join ranks with the Wade Lanier firm proved unproductive and even caused a rift. Herschel had not been impressed with Lanier and thought he would be ineffective with a jury, though he had little to base this on. In need of a Mississippi lawyer, Herschel approached Stillman Rush with the idea of representing his interests. As the attorneys for the 1987 will, the Rush firm was facing a declining role in the contest. It would have little to do but watch, and it looked doubtful Judge Atlee would tolerate its presence, even from the sideline, with the meter ticking, of course. Herschel made the shrewd decision to hire the highly regarded Rush firm on a contingency basis and said goodbye to his Memphis attorney. While the contestants of the will jockeyed for position, the proponents fought among themselves. Rufus Buckley made an official entry into the case as local counsel for Letty Lang. Jake filed a trivial objection on the grounds that Buckley did not have the necessary experience. The bombs landed when Booker Sistrunk, as promised, filed a motion to remove Jake and replace him with the firm of Sistrunk and Boast, with Buckley as the Mississippi attorney. The following day, Sistrunk and Buckley filed another motion asking Judge Atlee to remove himself on the vague, bizarre grounds that he held some sort of bias against the handwritten will. Then they filed a motion requesting a change of venue to another, fairer county. In other words, a blacker one. Jake spoke at length to a litigator in Memphis, a stranger connected by a mutual acquaintance. This lawyer had tangled with Sistrunk for years, was no fan, but had come to grudgingly admire the results. Sistrunk's strategy was to blow up a case, reduce it to a race war, attack every white person involved, including the presiding judge if necessary, and haggle over jury selection long enough to get enough blacks on the panel. He was brash, loud, smart, fearless, and could be very intimidating in court and out. When necessary, he could turn on the charm in front of a jury. There were always casualties in a Sistrunk trial, and he showed no concern for who got hurt. Litigating against him was so unpleasant that potential defendants had been known to settle quickly. Such tactics might work in the racially charged atmosphere of the Memphis federal court system, but never in Ford County. Not in front of Judge Reuben V. Atlee, anyway. Jake had read and reread the motions filed by Sistrunk, and the more he read, the more he became convinced that the big lawyer was causing irreparable damage to Letty Lang. He showed copies to Lucian and Harry Rex, and both agreed. It was a boneheaded strategy, guaranteed to backfire and fail. 2 weeks into the case, and Jake was ready to walk away if Sistrunk stayed in the game. He filed a motion to exclude the motions filed by Sistrunk and Buckley on the grounds that they had no standing in court. He was the attorney for the will proponents, not them. He planned to lean on Judge Atlee to put them in their place. Otherwise, he would happily go home. Russell Amberg was discharged and disappeared from the matter. He was replaced by the Honorable Quince Lundy, a semi-retired lawyer from Smithfield and an old friend of Judge Atlee's. Lundy had chosen the peaceful career of a tax advisor, thus avoiding the horrors of litigation. And as the substitute executor or administrator, as he was officially known, he would be expected to perform his tasks with little regard for the will contest. His job was to gather Mr. Hubbard's assets, appraise them, protect them, and report to the court. He hauled the records from the Bering Lumber Company to Jake's office in Clanton and stored them in a room downstairs next to the small library. He began making the 1-hour commute and arrived promptly each morning at 10. Luckily, he and Roxy hit it off, and there was no drama. Drama, though, was brewing in a different part of the office. Lucian seemed to be acquiring the habit of stopping by each day, nosing around in the Hubbard matter, digging through the library, barging into Jake's office, offering opinions and advice, and pestering Roxy, who couldn't stand him. Lucian and Quince had mutual friends, and before long they were drinking pots of coffee and telling stories about colorful old judges who had been dead for decades. Jake stayed upstairs with his door closed while little work was being done downstairs. Lucian was also being seen in and around the courthouse for the first time in many years. The humiliation of his disbarment had faded. He still felt like a pariah, but he was such a legend for all the wrong reasons that people wanted to say hello. Where you been? What are you up to these days? He was often seen in the land records digging through dusty old deed books late in the afternoon, like a detective searching for clues. Late in October, Jake and Carla awoke at 5 on a Tuesday morning. They quickly showered, dressed, said goodbye to Jake's mother, who was babysitting and sleeping on the sofa, and took off in the Saab. At Oxford, they zipped through a fast food drive-in and got coffee and biscuits. An hour west of Oxford, the hills flattened into the delta. They raced along highways that cut through fields white with late cotton. Giant insect-like cotton pickers crept through the fields, devouring 4 rows at a time while trailers waited to collect their harvest. An old sign announced, "Parchman, 5 miles ahead," and before long the fencing of the prison came into view. Jake had been there before. During his last semester as a law student, a professor of criminal procedure organized his annual field trip to the state's infamous penitentiary. Jake and his classmates spent a few hours listening to administrators and gawking at death row inmates in the distance. The highlight had been a group interview with Jerry Ray Mason, a condemned killer whose case they'd studied and who was scheduled to make a final walk to the gas chamber in less than 3 months. Mason had stubbornly maintained his innocence, though there was no proof of this. He had arrogantly predicted the state would fail in its efforts, but he had been proven wrong. On 2 occasions since law school, Jake made the drive to visit clients. At the moment, he had 4 at Parchman and 3 locked away in the federal system. He and Carla parked near an administration building and went inside. They followed signs and found a hallway filled with people who looked as though they'd rather be elsewhere. Jake signed in and was given a document titled Parole Hearings docket. His man was number 3 on the list, Dennis Ycämörë, 10 a.m. Hoping to avoid the Ycämörë family, Jake and Carla climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor and eventually found the office of Floyd Green, a law school classmate now working for the state prison system. Jake had called ahead and was asking a favor. Floyd was trying to help. Jake produced a letter from Nick Norton, the Clanton lawyer who represented Marvis Lang, currently residing in Camp Number 29, Maximum Security. Floyd took the letter and said he would try to arrange a meeting. The hearings began at 9 a.m. in a large bare room with folding tables arranged in a square, and behind them dozens of folding chairs in haphazard rows. Along the front table, the chairman of the parole board and its 4 other members sat together. 5 white men, all appointed by the governor. Jake and Carla entered with a stream of spectators and looked for seats. To his left, Jake caught a glimpse of Jim Ycämörë, father of the inmate, but they did not make eye contact. He took Carla by the arm, and they moved to the right, found seats, and waited. First on the docket was a man who had served 36 years for a murder committed during a bank robbery. He was brought in, and his handcuffs were removed. He quickly scanned the audience, looking for family members. White, age about 60, long, neat hair, a nice-looking guy. And as always, Jake marveled at how anyone could survive for so long in a brutal place like Parchman. His parole investigator went through a report that made him sound like a model prisoner. There were some questions from the parole board. The next speaker was the daughter of the bank teller who'd been murdered, and she began by saying this was the 3rd time she had appeared before the parole board, the 3rd time she had been forced to relive the nightmare. Choking back her emotions, she poignantly described what it was like being a 10-year-old girl and learning that her mother had been blown away by a sawed-off shotgun at her place of employment. From there, it only got worse. Though the parole board took the issue under advisement, parole for the killer seemed unlikely. He was led away after the 30-minute hearing. Next, a young black kid was brought in, and his handcuffs removed. He was placed in the hot seat and introduced to the board. He had served 6 years for carjacking and had been an exemplary prisoner, finishing high school, racking up college credits, and staying out of trouble. His parole investigator recommended release, as did his victim. There was an affidavit signed by the victim in which she urged the parole board to show mercy. She had not been injured during the crime, and over the years had corresponded with her carjacker. While her affidavit was being read, Jake noticed others from the Ycämörë clan inching along the walls on the far left. He had found them to be harsh people, lower class, rednecks, with a fondness for violence. He had stared them down in open court on 2 occasions, and now here they were again. He despised them as much as he feared them. Dennis Ycämörë walked in with a cocky smile and began looking for his people. Jake had not seen him in 27 months, and he preferred to never see him again. His investigator clicked off the relevant facts. In 1985, Dennis Ycämörë pled guilty in Ford County to 1 count of conspiracy to commit arson. It was alleged that Ycämörë and 3 other men conspired to burn the home of one Jake Brigance in the town of Clanton. His 3 co-conspirators actually carried out the firebombing and were serving time in the federal prison system. One of them testified on behalf of the government, thus the guilty pleas. The investigator had no recommendation as to whether Ycämörë should be paroled, which, according to Floyd Green, meant that a release was unlikely. Jake and Carla listened and fumed. Ycämörë got off light only because Rufus Buckley botched the prosecution. If Buckley had stayed out of the way and allowed the feds to handle it, Ycämörë would have been sent away for at least 10 years, like his buddies. Because of Buckley, here they were, 27 months later, staring at parole for a little thug who'd been trying to impress the Klan. His sentence was 5 years. Barely halfway through, he was trying to get out. As Jake and Carla walked hand in hand to the cheap lecterns sitting on a folding table, Ozzie Walls and Marshall Prather made a noisy entry into the room. Jake nodded at them, then turned his attention to the parole board. He began by saying, "I know we only have a few minutes, so I'll hurry along. I'm Jake Brigance, owner of the house that no longer exists, and this is my wife, Carla. Both of us would like to say a few words in opposition to this request for parole." He stepped aside, and Carla assumed the lectern. She unfolded a sheet of paper and tried to smile at the members of the parole board. She glared at Dennis Ycämörë, then cleared her throat. "My name is Carla Brigance. Some of you might remember the trial of Carl Lee Haley in Clanton in July of 1985. My husband defended Carl Lee, a zealous defense that cost us dearly. We received anonymous phone calls. Some were outright threats. Someone burned a cross in our front yard. There was even an attempt to kill my husband. A man with a bomb was caught trying to blow up our house while we were asleep. His trial is still pending while he pretends to be insane. At one point, I fled Clanton with our 4-year-old daughter to stay with my parents. My husband carried a gun, still does, and several of his friends acted as bodyguards. Finally, when he was at the office one night during the trial, these people," and she pointed at Dennis Ycämörë, "torched our house with a gasoline bomb. Dennis Ycämörë might not have been there in person, but he was a member of the gang. He was one of the thugs. Too cowardly to show his face, always hiding in the night. It is hard to believe that we are here, only 27 months later, watching as this criminal tries to free himself from prison." She took a deep breath and flipped a page. Beautiful women rarely appeared at parole hearings, which were 90% male anyway. Carla had their complete attention. She stiffened her back and continued. "Our home was built in the 1890s by a railroad man and his family. He died the first Christmas Eve in the house, and his family owned it until it was finally abandoned 20 years ago. It was considered a historic home, though when we bought it, there were holes in the floor and cracks in the roof. For 3 years, with every dime we could borrow, Jake and I poured our lives into that house. We would work all day and then paint until midnight. Our vacations were spent hanging wallpaper and staining floors. Jake bartered legal fees for plumbing work and landscaping and building supplies. His father added a guest room in the attic, and my father laid the brick on the rear patio. I could go on for hours, but time is scarce. 7 years ago, Jake and I brought our daughter home and put her in the nursery." Her voice cracked slightly, but she swallowed hard and lifted her chin. "Luckily, she was not in the nursery when our home was destroyed. I've often wondered if these men would have cared. I doubt it. They were determined to do as much damage to us as possible." Another pause, and Jake put a hand on her shoulder. She continued. 3 years after the fire, we still think of all the things we lost, including our dog. We're still trying to replace things that can never be replaced. Still trying to explain to our daughter what happened and why. She's too young to understand. Often, I think we're still in a state of disbelief. And I find it hard to believe that we're here today, forced to relive this nightmare. Like all victims, I guess. But here to stare at the criminal who tried to destroy our lives, and to ask you to enforce his punishment. A 5-year sentence for Dennis Ycämörë was much too light, too easy. Please, Make him serve all of it. She stepped to her right as Jake assumed the lectern. He glanced over at the Yawkey family and noticed that Ozzie and Prather were now standing near them, as if to say, "You want trouble? Here it is." Jake cleared his throat and said, "Carla and I thank the parole board for this opportunity to speak. I'll be brief. Dennis Yawkey and his pathetic little band of thugs were successful in burning our home and seriously disrupting our lives. But they were not successful in harming us as they had planned. Nor were they successful in achieving their bigger goal, which was to destroy the pursuit of justice. Because I represented Carl Lee Haley, a black man who shot and killed the two white men who raped and tried to kill his daughter, they, Dennis Yawkey and his ilk, and various known and unknown members of the Klan, tried repeatedly to intimidate and harm me, my family, my friends, even my employees. They failed miserably. Justice was served fairly and wonderfully when an all-white jury ruled in favor of my client. That jury also ruled against nasty little thugs like Dennis Yawkey and his notions of violent racism. That jury has spoken loud and clear and forever. It would be a shame if this parole board gave Yawkey a slap on the wrist and sent him home. Frankly, he needs all the time here at Parchman you folks can possibly give him. Thank you." Yawkey was staring at him with a smirk, still victorious over the firebombing and wanting more. His cockiness was not missed by several members of the parole board. Jake returned the stare, then backed away and escorted Carla back to their seats. "Sheriff Walls," the chairman said, and Ozzie strutted to the lectern, his badge glistening over his coat pocket. "Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Ozzie Walls, Sheriff of Ford County, and I don't want this boy back home causing trouble. Frankly, he should be in a federal pen serving a much longer sentence, but we don't have time to get into that. I have an ongoing investigation into what happened 3 years ago, as does the FBI over in Oxford. We ain't through, okay? And it would be a mistake to release him. In my opinion, he'll just pick up where he left off. Thank you." Ozzie walked away and walked as close to the Yawkey family as possible. He and Prather stood against the wall behind them, and when the next case was called, they eased out with a few other spectators. Jake and Carla met them outside the room and thanked them for making the trip. They had not expected the sheriff to appear. They chatted a few minutes before Ozzie and Deputy Prather left to check on an inmate who was headed back to Clanton. Floyd Green found Jake and Carla and seemed somewhat agitated. "I think it'll work," he said. "Follow me, and you owe me one." They left one building and entered another. Beside the office of an assistant warden, 2 armed guards stood by a door. A man with a short-sleeved shirt and clip-on tie said gruffly, "You got 10 minutes. "And a pleasure to meet you," Jake thought. One of the guards opened the door. "Wait here," Jake said to Carla. "I'll stay with her," Floyd Green said. The room was tiny, windowless, more of a closet than an office. Handcuffed to a metal chair was Marvis Lang, age 28, wearing the standard prison whites with a faded blue stripe down each leg. He seemed quite relaxed, low in the chair, one leg crossed over the other. He had a bushy afro and a goatee. "Marvis, I'm Jake Brigance, a lawyer from Clanton," Jake said as he slid the other chair close and sat down. Marvis smiled politely and awkwardly offered his right hand, which was secured to the chair arm just like his left. They managed a firm handshake in spite of the restraints. Jake asked, "You remember your lawyer, Nick Norton?" "Sorta. Been a while. I ain't had much reason to talk to him." "I have a letter in my pocket, signed by Nick, giving me the authority to talk to you if you want to see it." "I'll talk. Let's talk. What do you want to talk about?" "Your mother, Letty. Has she been to see you recently?" "She was here last Sunday." "Did she tell you about her name being mentioned in the last will of a white man named Seth Hubbard?" Marvis looked away for a second, then nodded slightly. "She did. Why you want to know?" "Because in that will, Seth Hubbard named me as the attorney to handle his assets and property. he gave 90% of it to your mother, and it's my job to make sure she gets it. Follow?
So you a good guy?
Damn right. In fact, I'm the best guy in the entire fight right now. But your mother doesn't think so. She's hired some Memphis lawyers who are in the process of robbing her blind while they screw up the case. Marvis sat up straight, tried to raise both hands, and said,
Okay, I'm officially confused. Slow down and talk to me.
Jake was still talking when someone knocked on the door. A guard stuck his head in and said, Time's up. Just finishing, Jake said as he politely shoved the door closed. He leaned even closer to Marvis and said, I want you to call Nick Norton, collect. He'll take the call, and he'll verify what I'm saying. Right now, every lawyer in Ford County will tell you the same thing. Letty is making a terrible mistake.
And I'm supposed to fix things?
You can help. Talk to her. She and I, have a tough fight to begin with. She's making it much worse.
Let me think about it.
You do that, Marvis. And call me anytime. Collect. The guard was back. Chapter 17. The usual white-collar crowd gathered at the tea shop for breakfast and coffee. Never tea, not at such an early hour. At one round table, there was a lawyer, a banker, a merchant, and an insurance agent. And at another, there was a select group of older, retired gentlemen. Retired, but not dull, slow, or quiet. It was called the geezer table. The conversation was picking up steam as it rolled through the feeble efforts of the Ole Miss football team. Last Saturday's loss to Tulane at homecoming was unforgivable. And the even feebler efforts down at Mississippi State. It was gaining momentum as the geezers finished trashing Dukakis, who had just been thrashed by Bush, when the banker said loudly, Say, I heard that woman has rented the old Sappington place and is moving to town, with her horde, of course. They say she's got kinfolks moving in by the carload and needs a bigger place. The Sappington place? You know, up north of town off Martin Road, just down from the auction yard. Old farmhouse you can barely see from the road. They've been trying to sell it ever since Yank Sappington died, 10 years ago? At least. Seems like it's been rented a few times. But they've never rented to blacks before, have they? Not to my knowledge. I thought it was in pretty good shape. It is. They painted it last year. This was considered for a moment and was the cause of great consternation. Even though the Sappington place was on the edge of town, it was in an area still considered white.
Why would they rent to blacks?
Asked one of the geezers. Money. None of the Sappingtons live here anymore, so why should they care? If they can't sell it, might as well rent it. The money's green regardless of who sends it over. As soon as the banker said this, he waited for it to be challenged. His bank was notorious for avoiding black customers. A realtor walked in, took his seat at the white-collar table, and was immediately hit with,
We were just talking about that woman renting the Sappington place. Any truth to it?
Damn right, he replied smugly. He took pride in hearing the hot gossip first, or at least appearing to. They moved in yesterday from what I hear, $700 a month. How many carloads? Don't know. Wasn't there and don't plan on dropping by. I just hope it don't affect the property values in the neighborhood. What neighborhood? Asked one of the geezers. Down the road is the auction barn that smelled like cow dung since I was a kid. Across the road is Luther Selby's scrapyard. What kind of neighborhood you talking about? You know, the housing market, the realtor fought back. If we get these folks moving into the wrong areas, then property values will go down all over town. It could be bad for all of us. He's right about that, the banker chimed in. The merchant said, She ain't working right, and her husband is a deadbeat, so how does she afford $700 a month in rent?
She can't get Hubbard's money this soon, can she?
No way, the lawyer said. The money is locked up in the estate until the lawsuits are gone. It'll take years. She can't get a penny. Then where's the money coming from? Don't ask me, said the lawyer. Maybe she's charging everybody some rent. The house has got 5 bedrooms, and I'll bet they're all full.
And I'll bet nobody's paying her any rent. They say he got picked up for drunk driving a couple of weeks back.
He did indeed, the lawyer said. Saw it on the docket. Simeon Lang. Caught him on a Saturday morning. He put in a first appearance, and Jake represented him. Got it postponed for a while. I figure Ozzy's involved some way. Who's paying Jake? The lawyer smiled and said, "Oh, we'll never know for sure, but you can bet your ass it'll come out of the estate by hook or crook, if there's anything left in the estate," which looks doubtful, very doubtful. The merchant said, "So back to my question. How does she afford the rent?"
Come on, Howard. They get checks. They know how to play the system. Food stamps, aid to dependent children, welfare, housing, unemployment. They make more sitting on their asses than most folks do working 40 hours. You get 5 or 6 of them in one house and all drawing checks, ain't got to worry about the rent.
True, but the Sappington place ain't exactly subsidized housing. The lawyer said, her Memphis lawyer's probably front-loading the expenses. Hell, he probably paid her to get the case. Think about it. If he forks over 50 or 100 grand cash up front to get the case, then rakes off half of the estate when the ship comes in, then it's a good deal. Plus, he probably charges interest. He can't do that ethically, can he? You mean a lawyer would cheat or chase a case? The lawyer calmly said, ethics are determined by what they catch you doing. If you don't get caught, then you haven't violated any ethics. And I doubt if Sistrunk spends too much time reading the latest ethical guidelines from the American Bar Association.
He's too busy reading his own press clippings. When's he coming back to town?
The lawyer replied, Judge Atlee has a hearing scheduled for next week. What are they going to do? Bunch of motions and such? Probably another circus. He's a fool if he shows up again in a black Rolls Royce.
I bet he does.
The insurance agent said, I got a cousin in Memphis, works in the court system. He said Sistrunk owes money all over town. He makes a lot, spends even more, always running from banks and creditors. He bought an airplane 2 years ago, and it damn near broke him. The bank repossessed it, then sued him. He's claiming it's a racist conspiracy. He threw a big birthday party for his wife, number 3, rented a big tent, brought in a circus, rides for all the little kids, then a fancy dinner with fresh lobster and crab and wines flown in. When the party was over, all his checks bounced. He was threatening to file for bankruptcy when he settled some barge case for $10 million and paid everybody off. He's up and down. This had their attention, and they mulled it over. The waitress refilled their cups with scalding coffee. The realtor looked at the lawyer and said, You didn't really vote for Michael Dukakis, did you? It was an act of outright provocation. I did, and I'd do it again, the lawyer said. And this was met with some guffaws and some fake laughter. The lawyer was one of 2 Democrats present. Bush carried Ford County by 65%. The other Democrat, one of the geezers, redirected things by asking, When do they file Hubbard's inventory? We need to know what's in the estate, right? I mean, look at us here, gossiping and bickering over his estate and his last will and so on. Don't we have the right as citizens and taxpayers and beneficiaries under the Freedom of Information Act to know exactly what's in the estate? I certainly think so. It's none of your business, said the merchant. Maybe so, but I really want to know, and you don't? I couldn't care less, replied the merchant, who was then ridiculed. When the heckling died down, the lawyer said, The administrator is required to file an inventory whenever the judge tells him to do so. There is no statutory deadline. Just guessing, in an estate of this size, the administrator will be given plenty of time to find everything and have it appraised. What size are you talking about? The same size everybody else is talking about. We won't know for sure until the administrator files his inventory. I thought he was called the executor. Not if the executor quits, as he did here. The court then appoints an administrator to handle everything.
The new guy is a lawyer from Smithfield named Quince Lundy, an old friend of Judge Atlee's. I think he's semi-retired.
And he gets paid out of the estate?
Where else would the money come from?
Okay, so who all gets paid out of the estate?
The lawyer thought for a moment, then said, the estate lawyer, which is Jake for the time being, though I don't know if he'll last. Rumor is he's already fed up with the Memphis lawyers and thinking of quitting. The administrator gets paid from the estate, accountants, appraisers, tax advisors, folks like that.
Who pays Sistrunk?
I'm assuming he has a contract with that woman. If she wins, he'll take a percentage. What the hell is Rufus Buckley doing thinking around the case?
He's the local counsel for Sistrunk.
Hitler and Mussolini. They trying to offend every single person in Ford County?
Apparently so.
And it will be a jury trial, right? The lawyer answered, oh, yes. Seems like everyone wants a jury trial, including Judge Atlee.
Why Judge Atlee?
It's simple. Takes the monkey off his back. He doesn't have to make the decision. You're going to have big winners and big losers, and with a jury verdict, no one can blame the judge. I'll lay 10-to-1 odds right now the jury finds against that woman. The lawyer said, let's wait, okay? Let's give it a few months so Judge Atlee will have time to put everyone in their box, get things organized and planned and set for a trial. Then, right before it starts, we'll set up a pool and lay odds. I enjoy taking your money. What, 4 Super Bowls in a row now? How they gonna find 12 people who know nothing about this case? Everybody I know's got an opinion, and you can be damn certain every African within 100 miles is angling for a cut. I heard Sistrunk wants to move the trial to Memphis. The lawyer said, it can't be moved out of state, knucklehead, but he has requested a change of venue. Didn't Jake try and move the Haley case to a friendlier county, one with more black voters?
He did,
but Judge Noose declined. Haley was a far bigger case than this one, though.
Maybe. It didn't have $20 million on the line.
The Democratic geezer asked the lawyer,
you think Jake can win this case for that woman?
Everyone stopped talking for a second and looked at the lawyer. He had been asked the same question at least 4 times in the past 3 weeks while sitting at the same table. Depends, he said gravely. If Sistrunk is in the courtroom, there's no way they win. If it's just Jake, then I'd give him a 50-50 chance. And this from a lawyer who never went to court.
I hear he's got a secret weapon these days.
What kind?
They say Lucien Wilbanks has returned to the bar, and not for drinking. He's supposedly hanging around Jake's office.
The lawyer said, he's back. I've seen him in the courthouse digging through old land records and wills. Hasn't changed a bit.
That's sad to hear.
Did he appear to be sober?
Somewhat.
Surely Jake won't let him near the jury. I doubt if Judge Atlee will allow him in the courtroom.
He can't practice law, can he?
No, he was permanently disbarred, which means, in his case, he has to wait 8 years before he can apply for reinstatement.
It's permanent, but for 8 years?
Yep.
That makes no sense.
That's the law.
The law. The law.
Who said the first thing we should do is kill all the lawyers?
I think it was Shakespeare.
I thought it was Faulkner. To which the lawyer replied, when we start quoting Shakespeare, it's time for me to leave. The phone call came from Floyd Green at Parchman. By a vote of 3-2, the parole board had decided to release Dennis Yawkey. There was no explanation. Floyd made some vague references to the mysterious workings of the parole board. Jake knew the state had a long, sordid tradition of cash for pardons, but he refused to believe the Yawkey family could have been sophisticated enough to pull off a bribe. 10 minutes later, Ozzie called with the same news. He conveyed his disbelief and frustration. He told Jake that he, Ozzie, would personally drive to Parchman the following day to retrieve Dennis, and that he would have 2 hours alone with the boy in the car. He would make every threat possible and forbid the kid to enter the city limits of Clanton. Jake thanked him
and called Carla. Chapter 18. Rufus Buckley parked his weathered Cadillac on the other side of the square, as far from Jake's office as possible. For a moment, he sat in his car and remembered how much he loathed the town of Clanton, its courthouse, its voters, and especially his history there. There was a time, not too many years earlier, when the voters adored him, and he considered them part of his base, the foundation from which he would launch a statewide race for governor. And from there, well, who knew? He'd been their district attorney, a young, hard-charging prosecutor with a gun on each hip, a noose in hand, and no fear of the bad guys. Find 'em, haul 'em in, then watch Rufus string 'em up. He campaigned hard on his 90% conviction rate, and his people loved him. 3 times they had voted for him in overwhelming numbers. But the last time around, last year, with the bitter Haley verdict still fresh on their minds, the good people of Ford County turned him out. He also lost badly in Tyler, Milburn, and Van Buren counties, pretty much the entire 22nd district, though his home folks in Polk County limped to the polls and gave him a pathetic 60-vote margin. His career as a public servant was over, though at the age of 44, he could at times almost convince himself there was a future, that he was still needed. By whom and for what, he wasn't certain. His wife was threatening to leave if he ever again declared himself a candidate for anything. After 10 months of puttering around a small, quiet office and watching the paltry traffic on Main Street, Rufus was bored, defeated, depressed, and going out of his mind. The phone call from Booker Sistrunk had been a miracle, and Rufus leapt at the chance to plunge into some controversy. The fact that Jake was the enemy only made the case richer. He opened the door, got out, and hoped no one would recognize him. How the mighty had fallen. The Ford County Courthouse opened at 8 a.m., and 5 minutes later, Rufus walked through the front door as he had done so many times before in another life. Back then, he was respected, even feared. Now he was ignored, except for the slightly delayed glance from a janitor who almost said, "Say, don't I know you?" He hustled upstairs and was pleased to find the main courtroom unlocked and unguarded. The hearing was set for 9 a.m., and Rufus was the first one there. This was by design, because he and Mr. Sistrunk had a plan. It was only his 3rd visit back since the Haley trial, and the horror of losing hit low in the bowels. He stopped just inside the large double doors and took in the vastness of the empty, awful courtroom. His knees were spongy, and for a second he felt faint. He closed his eyes and heard the voice of the court clerk, Gene Gillespie, read the verdict. As to each count of the indictment, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty by reason of insanity. What a miscarriage! But you can't gun down 2 boys in cold blood and then say you did it because they deserved it. No, you have to find a legal reason for doing so, and insanity was all Jake Brigance had to offer. Evidently, it was enough. Carl Lee Haley was as sane as any man when he killed those boys. Moving forward, Rufus remembered the pandemonium in the courtroom as the Haley family and all their friends went crazy. Talk about insanity. Seconds later, the mob surrounding the courthouse exploded when a kid yelled to them, "Not guilty, not guilty." At the bar, Rufus managed to collect himself and his thoughts. He had work to do and little time to prepare for it. Like every courtroom, between the bar or railing and the judge's bench, there were 2 large tables. They were identical, but radically different. The table on the right was the home of the prosecutor in a criminal case, his old turf, or the plaintiff in a civil case. This table was close to the jury box, so that during a trial, he, Rufus, always felt nearer to his people. 10 feet away, the other table was the home of the defense, both in criminal and civil cases. In the opinions of most lawyers who spent their careers in courtrooms, seating was important. It conveyed power or lack thereof. It allowed certain lawyers or litigants to be seen more or less by the jurors, who were always watching. On occasion, it could set the stage for a David and Goliath struggle as a solitary lawyer and his crippled client faced a throng of corporate suits, or a beaten-down defendant faced the power of the state. Seating was important to comely female lawyers with short skirts and a jury box filled with men, and it was equally important to drugstore cowboys with pointed-toe boots. As a prosecutor, Rufus never worried about seating because it was never an issue. Will contests, though, were rare, and he and Mr. Sistrunk had made a decision. If possible, they would commandeer the table used by the prosecution and plaintiff, the one closest to the jury, and assert themselves as the true voice of the proponents of the will. Jake Brigance would probably throw punches, but bring it on. It was time to establish proper roles, and since their client was the beneficiary of the quite valid last will and testament of Seth Hubbard, they would stake their claim. Personally, privately, Rufus wasn't so sure about this strategy. He was well versed in the legend of the Honorable Reuben V. Atlee, who, like most old, seasoned, and often cranky chancellors in Mississippi, ruled with an iron fist and was often skeptical of outsiders. Sistrunk, though, was itching for a fight and calling the shots. Regardless of what happened, it would be exciting, and he, Rufus, would be in the middle of it. He quickly rearranged the chairs around the table on the right, leaving 3 and moving the rest off to one side. He unpacked a thick briefcase and scattered papers and pads all over the table, as if he had been there for hours with a full day of labor ahead of him. He spoke to Mr. Pate, a courtroom deputy, as he filled pitchers with ice water. Once upon a time, he and Mr. Pate would have chatted about the weather, but Rufus was no longer interested in rainfall. Dumas Lee entered quietly, and recognizing Buckley, went straight for him. He had a camera around his neck and a notepad ready for a quote, but when he asked, "Say, Mr. Buckley, what brings you here?" he was ignored. "I understand you're local counsel for Letty Lang, right?" "No comment," Rufus said as he carefully arranged some files, humming. Things have really changed, Dumas thought. The old Rufus would break his neck to talk to a reporter, and no one stood between Rufus and a camera. Dumas drifted away and said something to Mr. Pate, who said, "Get that camera out of here." So Dumas left and went outside, where he and a colleague waited hopefully for the possible sighting of a black Rolls Royce. Wade Lanier arrived with his associate Lester Chilcott. They nodded at Buckley, who was too busy to speak, and were amused by his takeover of the plaintiff's table. They, too, went about the urgent task of unpacking heavy briefcases and preparing for battle. Minutes later, Stillman Rush and Sam Larkin appeared at the bar and said hello to their semi-colleagues. They were on the same side of the courtroom and would press many of the same arguments, but at this early stage of the conflict, they were not yet ready to trust each other. Spectators drifted in, and the courtroom buzzed with the low rumble of anxious greetings and gossip. Several uniformed deputies milled about, cracking jokes and saying hello to the visitors. Ian and Ramona and their kids arrived in a pack and sat on the far left, behind their lawyers and as far away as possible from those on the other side. Nosy lawyers loitered about the bench as if they had business before the court. They laughed with the clerks. Drama finally arrived when Booker Sistrunk and his entourage crowded through the door and clogged the aisle and swept into the courtroom as if it had been reserved for them. Arm in arm with Letty, he led his crowd down the aisle, scowling at everyone else, daring anyone to speak, and as always, looking for conflict. He parked her on the front row with Simeon and the kids next to her, and he positioned a thick-necked young black man in a black suit with a black shirt and tie at guard in front of her, as if either assassins or admirers might rush from nowhere. Around Letty, there were various cousins, aunts, uncles, nephews, neighbors, along with assorted well-wishers. Buckley watched this parade and could barely suppress his suspicion. For 12 years, he had faced juries in this part of the world. He could pick them, read them, predict them, talk to them, and lead them for the most part. And he knew in an instant that Booker Sistrunk and his big and black and bad routine would not fly in this courtroom. Seriously, a bodyguard? Letty was a lousy actress. She had been coached to appear somber, even sad, in mourning, as if her dear departed friend was gone and had left her a rightful inheritance that the greedy white folks now wanted. She tried to look mistreated, abused. Sistrunk and his partner, Kendrick Boast, walked through the bar and exchanged solemn greetings with their co-counsel, Mr. Buckley. They added to his pile of debris on the coveted table while they totally ignored the lawyers on the other side. The audience grew as the clock approached 8:45. Jake entered from a side door and immediately noticed his place had already been taken. He shook hands with Wade Lanier, Stillman Rush, and the other lawyers for the contestants. "Looks like we have a bit of a problem," he said to Stillman, nodding at Buckley and the lawyers from Memphis. "Good luck," Stillman said. Jake made the snap decision to avoid a confrontation. He eased out of the courtroom and worked his way back to the judges' chambers. Herschel Hubbard arrived with his 2 children and some friends. They sat near Ian and Ramona. As the clock approached 9, the courtroom settled down. It was almost perfectly segregated, blacks on one side, whites on the other. Lucian, of course, sat on the black side, back in the rear. Jake returned and stood alone near a door next to the jury box. He spoke to no one, but instead managed to flip nonchalantly through a document. At 9:05, Mr. Pate barked, "All rise for the court," and Judge Atlee made his entrance, his old faded black robe trailing behind him. He took his place, said, "Please be seated," then looked around the courtroom. He looked and looked, frowned and frowned, but said nothing. He glanced at Jake, glared at Buckley and Sistrunk and Boast, and then picked up a sheet of paper. He called the roll of lawyers. All were present and accounted for, a total of 10. He pulled his microphone even closer and said, "First, a bit of housekeeping. Mr. Buckley, you have filed a notice of entry into this matter as local counsel for the Memphis firm of Sistrunk and Boast. Is that correct?" Buckley, ever eager to stand and be heard, bounced to his feet and said, "That's correct, Your Honor. And after that, it appears as though you and your associated counsel filed a boatload of motions, all to be considered here today. Is that correct?" "Yes, Your Honor, and I would like to—" "Excuse me. And Mr. Brigance has filed a motion objecting to your entry into this case based on your lack of experience, skill, and knowledge in these matters. Correct?" "A completely frivolous objection, Your Honor, as you can plainly see. A lawyer in this state is not required to—" "Excuse me, Mr. Buckley. You filed your notice of entry. Mr. Brigance objected, and so that means I need to rule on his objection. I have not yet done so, and until then, you are not properly recognized as an attorney of record in this matter. Follow me?" "Your Honor, Mr. Brigance's objection is so frivolous it deserves to be sanctioned. In fact, I am in the process of preparing a demand for sanctions." "Don't waste your time, Mr. Buckley. Sit down and listen to me." He waited until Buckley sat down. Judge Atlee's dark eyes narrowed and the deep wrinkles in his forehead grew tighter. He never lost his cool, but he could show a flash of anger that frightened every lawyer within 50 yards. "You are not properly before this court, Mr. Buckley. So neither are you, Mr. Sistrunk, nor you, Mr. Boast. However, you have assumed control of my courtroom by taking your positions. You are not the lawyers for this estate. Mr. Brigance is, duly and officially ordered by me. You may one day become the attorneys for the proponents of this will, but you're not there yet." His words were slow, pointed, harsh, and quite easy to follow. They echoed around the courtroom and had the complete attention of everyone who heard them. Jake couldn't suppress a smile. He had no idea his frivolous, obnoxious, even sophomoric objection to Buckley's entry would prove to be so useful. Judge Atlee went on at full throttle. "You are not officially here, Mr. Buckley. Why have you assumed such a position of authority?" "Well, Your Honor, please stand when you address the court." Buckley lurched upward, cracking a knee on the table ledge as he struggled for some dignity. "Well, Your Honor, I've never seen a case in which a duly licensed lawyer had his appearance objected to on such baseless grounds, and so I figured you would dispense with it on sight and we could proceed to much more pressing matters." "You figured wrong, Mr. Buckley, and you assumed you and your Memphis co-counsel could march in here and take control of the proponent's case. I resent that." "Well, Chancellor, I assure the court—" "Sit down, Mr. Buckley. Gather your things and have a seat over here in the jury box." Judge Atlee was pointing a long, bony finger in Jake's general direction. Buckley didn't move. His co-counsel, however, did. Booker Sistrunk stood, spread his hands wide, and said in his deep, rich, booming voice, "Your Honor, if it please the court, I must say this is rather absurd. This is a routine matter that we can certainly dispose of in short shrift. It does not need this type of overreaction. We're all reasonable people here, all trying to pursue justice. May I suggest we confront the initial question of Mr. Buckley's right to enter this case as local counsel. Surely Your Honor can see that the objection filed by young Mr. Brigance here has no merit and should be summarily overruled. You can see this, Judge, right?" Judge Atlee said nothing and gave nothing away with his eyes. After a few heavy seconds, he looked down at a clerk and said, "See if Sheriff Walls is in the courthouse." That directive might have frightened Rufus Buckley, and it might have amused Jake and the lawyers on the other side, but it angered Booker Sistrunk. He stiffened his spine and said, "Your Honor, I have the right to speak." "Not yet, you don't. Please sit down, Mr. Sistrunk." "I object to your tone, Your Honor. I represent the beneficiary of this will, Ms. Letty Lang, and I have the duty to protect her interests at every turn." "Sit down, Mr. Sistrunk." "I will not be silenced, Your Honor. Not too many years ago, lawyers like me were not allowed to speak in this very courtroom. For years, they could not enter, and once inside, they were not allowed to speak. Sit down before I hold you in contempt." "Don't threaten me, Judge," Sistrunk said as he stepped from behind the table. "I have the right to speak, to advocate for my client, and I will not be silenced by some arcane technicality in your rules of procedure. Sit down before I hold you in contempt." Sistrunk took another step forward as the lawyers and everyone else stared in disbelief. "I will not sit down," he snapped angrily. And Jake thought he was losing his mind. "This is the very reason I filed a motion asking you to recuse yourself. It's obvious to me and many others that you have a racial bias in this case, and there's no way my client can get a fair trial. This is also the reason we filed a motion demanding a change of venue. Finding an impartial jury in this town here, well, it will be impossible. Justice demands that this trial be held in another courtroom in front of another judge. You're in contempt, Mr. Sistrunk. I don't care. I'll do whatever it takes to fight for my client. And if I have to go to federal court to make sure we get a fair trial, then that's what I'm willing to do. I'll file a federal lawsuit against anybody who gets in my way." Two courtroom deputies were slowly making their way toward Sistrunk. Suddenly he spun and pointed a finger at one. "Don't touch me unless you want to be named in a federal lawsuit. Stay away." "Where, Sheriff Walls?" Judge Atlee asked. A clerk nodded and said, "Here." Ozzie was coming through the door. He stormed down the aisle with Deputy Willie Hastings behind him. Judge Atlee rapped his gavel and said, "Mr. Sistrunk, I find you in contempt and order you into the custody of the Ford County Sheriff. Sheriff Walls, please take him away." "You can't do this," Sistrunk yelled. "I'm a duly licensed lawyer, admitted to practice before the U.S. Supreme Court. I'm here on behalf of my client. I'm here with local counsel. You can't do this, Your Honor. This is discriminatory and highly prejudicial to my client." By then, Ozzie was within striking distance and ready to pounce if necessary. He was also 3 inches taller, 10 years younger, 30 pounds heavier, armed, and the look on his face left little doubt he would enjoy a good rumble in front of the home crowd. He grabbed Sistrunk's elbow, and for a brief second there was resistance. Ozzie squeezed and said, "Hands behind your back." At that point, Booker Sistrunk was exactly where he wanted to be. With a fine effort at drama, he lowered his head, swung his hands behind his back, and suffered the indignity of being arrested. He looked at Kendrick Boast. Some of those nearby would later claim they saw a nasty little grin. Others did not. Surrounded by deputies, Sistrunk was jostled through the bar and down the aisle. As he passed near Letty, he said loudly, "I'll get 'em, Letty. Don't you worry. These racists will never get your money. Just trust me." They shoved him farther down the aisle and out the doors. For reasons no one would ever understand, Rufus Buckley felt compelled to say something. He stood in the deathly silent courtroom and said, "Your Honor, if it please the court, I must say this puts us at a distinct disadvantage." Judge Atlee looked at one of the remaining deputies, pointed at Buckley, and said, "Take him too." "What?" Buckley gasped. "I find you in contempt, Mr. Buckley. Please take him away." "But why, Your Honor?" "Because you are contemptuous, along with presumptuous, disrespectful, arrogant, and a lot of other things. Leave." They slapped the handcuffs on Rufus, who had turned pale and wild-eyed. He, Rufus Buckley, former district attorney and symbol of the highest standards of law abidance, morality, and ethical conduct, was being hauled away like a common criminal. Jake fought the urge to applaud. "And put him in the same cell with his co-counsel," Judge Atlee roared into the microphone as Rufus stutter-stepped down the aisle, his desperate face searching for friends. When the door slammed, everyone gasped for what little oxygen was left in the room. The lawyers began exchanging humorous glances, certain they had just witnessed something they would never see again. Judge Atlee pretended to be taking notes while everyone tried breathing. Finally, he looked up and said, "Now, Mr. Boast, do you have anything to say?" Mr. Boast did not. There was plenty on his mind, but given the current mood of the court, he wisely shook his head no. "Good. Now you have about 30 seconds to clear that table and move yourself right over here to the jury box. Mr. Pagans, would you assume your proper position in my courtroom?" "Be glad to, Your Honor." "On second thought, let's take a 10-minute recess." Ozzie Walls had a sense of humor. In the circular drive behind the courthouse, there were 4 fully decorated patrol cars, all heavily painted with words and numbers and laden with antennas and lights. As he gathered his men around the 2 contemptuous lawyers in the rear hallway, he made the quick decision that they should ride together. "Put him in my car," he ordered. "I'll sue you for this," Sistrunk threatened for the 10th time. "We got lawyers," Ozzie fired back. "I'll sue every one of you redneck clowns, and our lawyers are out of jail. In federal court. I love federal court." Sistrunk and Buckley were shoved outside and jostled into the rear seat of Ozzie's big brown Ford. Dumas Lee and a cohort fired away with cameras. "Let's give 'em a parade," Ozzie said to his men. "Lights, no sirens." Ozzie got behind the wheel, started the engine, and pulled away, ever so slowly. "You been in the back seat before, Rufus?" Buckley refused to answer. He sat as low as possible, directly behind the sheriff, and peered out the window as they crept around the square. 3 feet to his right, Booker Sistrunk sat awkwardly with his hands behind him and continued the mouthing. "You ought to be ashamed of yourself, treating a brother like this." "The white guy's getting the same treatment," Ozzie said. "You're violating my civil rights." "And you're violating mine with your mouth. Now shut up or I'll lock you under the jail. We got a little basement down there. You seen it, Rufus?" Again, Rufus chose not to respond. They looped twice around the square, then zigzagged a few blocks with Ozzie in the lead and followed by the other cars. Ozzie was giving Dumas time to set up at the jail, and when they arrived, the reporter was snapping away. Sistrunk and Buckley were extracted from Ozzie's car and led slowly along the front walkway and into the jail. They were treated like all fresh arrestees, photographed, fingerprinted, asked 100 questions for the record, relieved of all belongings, and given a change of clothes. 45 minutes after raising the ire of the Honorable Reuben V. Atlee, Booker Sistrunk and Rufus Buckley, in matching county jail overalls, faded orange with white stripes on the legs, sat on the edges of their metal beds and looked at the black-stained and dripping toilet they were expected to share. A jailer peeked through the bars of their narrow cell and asked, "Get you boys anything?" "What time is lunch?" Rufus asked. With Boast banished to the jury box while his cohorts were being processed, the hearing commenced and concluded with amazing speed. With no one present to argue for a change of venue or removal of the judge, those motions were denied. The motion to replace Jake with Rufus Buckley was rejected with hardly a word. Judge Atlee granted the motions for a trial by jury and gave the parties 90 days to begin and complete discovery. He explained in clear language that the case had top priority with him, and he would not allow it to drag on. He asked the attorneys to pull out their calendars and forced them to agree on a trial date of April 3rd, 1989, almost 5 months away. He adjourned the hearing after 30 minutes and disappeared from the bench. The crowd stood and began buzzing while the lawyers huddled and tried to confirm what had just happened. Stillman Rush whispered to Jake, "I guess you're lucky you're not in jail." "Unbelievable," Jake said. "You want to go visit Buckley?" "Maybe later." Kendrick Bose led Letty and her people off to a corner where he tried to assure them things were going as planned. Most seemed skeptical. He and the bodyguard hurried away as soon as possible and darted across the courthouse lawn. They jumped into the black Rolls-Royce. The bodyguard was also the driver, and sped away to the jail. They were told by Ozzie that visitation had not been approved by the court. Boast cursed, left, and took off in the direction of Oxford, home of the nearest federal courthouse. Dumas Lee cranked out 1,000 words before lunch and faxed the story to a reporter he knew at the Memphis paper. He also wired plenty of photographs. Later in the day, he sent the same materials to the newspapers in Tupelo and Jackson. Chapter 19. The word was leaked from a legitimate source, and it spread like wildfire through the courthouse and around the square. Come 9 a.m., Judge Atlee would reconvene and allow his prisoners the opportunity to apologize. The very notion of seeing Rufus Buckley and Booker Sistrunk dragged into court, hopefully in chains and rubber shower shoes and Orange County overalls, was impossible to resist. Their story had gained traction and was the source of enthusiastic gossip and speculation. For Buckley, it was an enormous humiliation. For Sistrunk, it was nothing but another chapter. The Memphis morning paper ran every word of Dumas's report on the front page of the Metro section and accompanied it with a huge photo of the 2 handcuffed co-counsel leaving the courthouse the day before. The headline alone was worth it for Sistrunk. Prominent Memphis lawyer jailed in Mississippi. In addition to Dumas's startlingly accurate story, there was a smaller one about the petition for habeas corpus relief filed by the Sistrunk and Boast firm in federal court in Oxford. A hearing was scheduled for 1 o'clock that afternoon. Jake sat on his balcony overlooking the square, sipping coffee with Lucian and waiting for the patrol cars to arrive. Ozzie had promised to call with a heads up. Lucian, who hated early mornings, and with good reason, looked surprisingly fresh and clear-eyed. He claimed he was drinking less and exercising more, and he was certainly working harder. Jake was finding it increasingly difficult to avoid him around their office. Lucian said, "I never thought I would see the day when Rufus Buckley was hauled away in handcuffs." Beautiful. Just beautiful. And still hard to believe, Jake said. "I'm going to call Dumas and see if I can buy the photo of Buckley being led into the jail." "Please do, and make me a copy." 8 by 10 framed. I could probably sell them. Roxy was forced to climb the stairs, enter Jake's office, and walk to the balcony where she found her boss. She said, "That was Sheriff Walls. They're on the way over." "Thanks." Jake and Lucian hurried across the street, and it was impossible to miss the fact that other law offices were being vacated as attorneys from around the square suddenly had urgent business in the courthouse. Poor Buckley had made so many enemies. The courtroom was far from packed, but quite a few of those enemies were milling about. It was blatantly obvious they were there for only one reason. A bailiff called things to order, and Judge Atlee swept onto the bench. He nodded at a deputy and said, "Bring him in." A side door opened and Buckley walked in, his wrists and ankles free. Except for the stubble and a bad hair day, he looked much the same as he had the day before. Judge Atlee had shown compassion and allowed him to change clothing. It would have been a bit too much of an embarrassment to parade him over in inmate's attire. Given the coverage in the morning's papers, Judge Atlee simply could not allow an officer of his court to be seen in such garb. There was no sign of Sistrunk. The door closed, and it became apparent he was not there to take part. "Over here, Mr. Buckley," Judge Atlee said, pointing to a spot directly in front of the bench. Buckley complied and stood rather helplessly, quite alone, humiliated and defeated. He swallowed hard and looked up at the judge. Judge Atlee shoved his microphone aside and said in a low voice, "I trust you survived the night in our fine jail." "I did." "And Sheriff Walls treated you well?" "He did." "Did you and Mr. Sistrunk have a restful night together?" "I wouldn't call it restful, Jöhn, but we got through it." "Can't help but notice that you're here alone. Any word from Mr. Sistrunk?" "Oh, yes. He has a lot to say, Jöhn, but I'm not authorized to repeat any of it. I don't think it would help his cause." "I'm sure of that. I don't like being called names, Mr. Buckley, especially a name as harsh as racist. It's one of Mr. Sistrunk's favorite words. I authorize you as his co-counsel to explain this to him, and promise that if he ever calls me that again, he and you will be barred from my courtroom." Buckley nodded and said, "I'll be happy to pass that along, Judge." Jake and Lucian were seated 4 rows from the back on a long mahogany bench that hadn't been moved in decades. At the far end, a young black woman eased into view and took a seat. She was in her mid-20s, attractive, vaguely familiar. She looked around quickly as if uncertain as to whether it was permissible to be there. She looked at Jake, and he smiled. "It's okay. The courtroom is open to the public." Judge Atlee said, "Thank you. Now, the purpose of this little hearing this morning is to review matters and hopefully get you released from my order of contempt. I found you in contempt, Mr. Buckley, you and your co-counsel, because of what I considered a flagrant disrespect for my courtroom, and thus me. I admit I became angry, and I try to avoid making decisions when I'm emotional. I have learned over the years that those are always bad decisions. I do not regret what I did yesterday, and I would take the same actions again today. Having said that, I would offer you the chance to respond. A deal had already been brokered by Ozzie. A simple acknowledgment, a simple apology, and the contempt orders would be lifted. Buckley had quickly agreed. Sistrunk was defiant. Buckley shifted weight and looked at his feet. He said, "Yes, well, Your Honor, I realize we were out of line yesterday. We were presumptuous and disrespectful, and for that I apologize. It will not happen again." "Very well. The contempt order is hereby nullified." "Thank you, Your Honor," Buckley said meekly, his shoulders sagging with relief. "Now, Mr. Buckley, I've set a trial date for April 3rd. There is a lot of work to be done, a lot of meetings when you lawyers get together, and I suppose quite a few more hearings in this courtroom. We cannot have a brawl or a circus every time we're in the same room. Things are very tense. We all acknowledge there's a lot at stake. And so my question for you is this. How do you see your role in this case, you and your Memphis co-counsel?" Suddenly a free man and given the chance to speak, Rufus Buckley cleared his throat and seized the moment with confidence. "Well, Your Honor, we will be here to protect the rights of our client, Ms. Letty Lang, and—" "I get that. I'm talking about the trial, Mr. Buckley. It seems to me that there's simply not enough room for Mr. Brigance, the lead attorney for the proponents of the will, and all the lawyers representing the beneficiary. It's just too crowded. Know what I mean?" "Well, not really, Your Honor." "Okay, I'll be blunt. A person who wishes to contest a will has the right to hire a lawyer and file a petition," he said as he waved an arm at the lawyers on the other side. "That lawyer is then involved in the case from start to finish. On the other hand, the proponents of the will are represented by the attorney for the estate. In this case, it's Mr. Brigance. The individual beneficiaries sort of ride his coattails." "Oh, I disagree, Your Honor. Hold on. What I'm saying, Mr. Buckley, with all due respect, is that I'm not sure you're really needed. Maybe you are, but you'll have to convince me later. We have plenty of time. Just think about it, okay?" "Well, Judge, I think—" Judge Atlee showed him his palms and said, "That's enough. I'll not argue this. Maybe another day." For an instant, Buckley seemed ready for an argument, then quickly remembered why he was there. No sense irritating the judge again. "Sure, Judge, and thank you. You're free to go." Jake glanced at the young woman again. Tight jeans, a red sweater, well-worn yellow running shoes, short hair, and stylish glasses. She appeared lean and fit and did not look like the typical 25-year-old black woman in Ford County. She glanced at him and smiled. 30 minutes later, she was standing before Roxy's desk, politely inquiring as to whether she might have a few minutes with Mr. Brigance. "Name, please?" "Portia Lang, daughter of Letty." Mr. Brigance was very busy, but Roxy knew this might be important. She made her wait 10 minutes, then found a gap in his schedule. Jake welcomed her into his office. He offered coffee, but she declined. They sat in a corner, Jake in an ancient leather chair, and Portia on the sofa, as if she were there for therapy. She could not help but gaze around the big room and admire its handsome furnishings and organized clutter. She admitted that it was her first visit to a lawyer's office. "If you're lucky, it'll be your last," he said, and got a laugh. She was nervous and at first reluctant to say much. Her presence could be crucial, and Jake worked to make her feel welcome. "Tell me about yourself," he said. "I know you're busy." "I have plenty of time, and your mother's case is the most important one in this office." She smiled, a nervous grin. She sat on her hands, the yellow running shoes twitching. Slowly, she began to talk. She was 24, the oldest daughter, and had just left the Army after 6 years. She had been in Germany when she got the news that her mother had been mentioned in Mr. Hubbard's will, though that had nothing to do with her discharge. 6 years was enough. She was tired of the military and ready for civilian life. She had been a good student at Clanton High, but with her father's sketchy work history, there was no money for college. She frowned when she talked about Simeon. Eager to leave home in Ford County, she joined the Army and traveled the world. She had been back now for almost a week, though she had no plans to stay in the area. She had enough credits for 3 years of college, wanted to finish, and she was dreaming of law school. In Germany, she had worked in the JAG Corps as a clerk and watched court-martial proceedings. She was staying with her parents and family, who, by the way, had moved to town. They were renting the old Sappington place, she said, with a trace of pride. I know, Jake said. It's a small town. Word travels fast. Anyway, she doubted she would stay there much longer, because the house, though much larger, was a circus with relatives coming and going, and people sleeping everywhere. Jake listened intently, waiting on an opening, certain it would come. Occasionally he asked a question about her life, but she needed a little prompting. She was warming up nicely and chattering away. 6 years in the military had erased the drawl and twang and sloppy grammatical habits. Her diction was perfect, and not just by accident. She had learned German and French in Europe and worked as a translator. Now she was studying Spanish. Out of habit, he wanted to take notes, but that seemed rude. She had gone to Parchman last weekend to see Marvis, and he had told her about Jake's visit. She talked about him for a long time and occasionally wiped a tear. He was her big brother, had always been her hero, and it was such a waste. If Simeon had been a better father, Marvis would not have gone bad. Yes, he told Portia to tell their mama to stick with Jake, said he'd talked to his lawyer, Nick Norton, who said those Memphis lawyers would screw it all up. Why were you in court this morning? Jake asked.
I was in court yesterday, Mr. Brigance.
Please, call me Jake.
Okay, Jake. I saw that fiasco yesterday, and I came back this morning to look through the court file in the clerk's office. That's when I heard the rumor that they were bringing the lawyers over from jail.
Your family's lawyers?
Right.
She took a deep breath and spoke much slower.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Is it okay if we talk about the case?
Of course. Technically, we're on the same side. It doesn't feel that way, but for now, we're allies.
Okay.
Another deep breath.
I have to talk to someone, okay? Look, Jake, I was not here during the Haley trial, but I heard all about it. I came home that Christmas, and there was a lot of talk about the trial and Clanton and the Klan and the National Guard and all that, and I sort of felt bad for missing the fun. But your name is well known in our parts. My mother told me a few days ago that she felt like she could trust you. That's not easy for black folks, Jake, especially in a situation like this.
We've never seen a situation like this.
You know what I mean. With all this money being thrown around, well, we just sort of naturally expect to get the short end.
I think I understand.
So, when we got home yesterday, there was another fight, a big one, between Mama and Dad with a few other unwanted opinions thrown in. You see, I don't know everything that happened before I came home, but evidently they've been fighting over some pretty serious stuff. I think my dad accused her of sleeping with Mr. Hubbard.
Her eyes watered quickly, and she stopped to wipe them.
My mother is not a whore, Jake. She is a great woman who raised 5 kids practically alone. It hurts to know that so many people around here think she somehow screwed her way into that old man's will. I'll never believe it. Never. But my father is another story. They've been at war for 20 years, and when I was in high school, I begged her to leave him. He criticizes everything she does, and now he's criticizing her for something she didn't do. I told him to shut it up.
Jake handed her a tissue, but the tears were gone. She said,
Thanks. Anyway, on one hand, he accuses her of sleeping with Mr. Hubbard, and on the other hand, he's secretly happy she did, if she did, because it might pay off. She can't win. So after we got home yesterday from court, my mama tore into him about the Memphis lawyers.
So he hired them?
Yes. He's a big shot now.
and he has to protect his assets, my mama. He's convinced the white folks around here will conspire to invalidate the will and keep the money. It will all come down to race, so why not hire the biggest race baiter in these parts? And here we are. And there he is, sitting over there in jail. What do you think about that? Sis-drunk? He wants to be in jail right now. Got his picture in the paper with a nice headline. Another black man wrongfully jailed by the racists in Mississippi. It's perfect for him. He could not have scripted it any better. Jake nodded and smiled. This woman could see around corners. I agree, he said. It was all an act, by sis-drunk at least. I can assure you Rufus Buckley had no plans to go to jail. How did we end up with these clowns? She asked. I was planning to ask you the same question. Well, from what I gather, my dad went to Memphis and met with sis-drunk, who, no surprise, smelled a big payday. So he hustled down here to Ford County, put on his show, and my mother fell for it. She really likes you, Jake, and she trusts you. But sis-drunk convinced her no white people can be trusted in this case. For some reason, he brought in Buckley. If those guys stay in the case, we're going to lose. Can you imagine them before a jury? No, I cannot. And that's what the fight was all about. My mama and I argued that we're screwing up the case right now. Simeon, always the expert, argued that sis-drunk will take the case to federal court and win it there. There's no way, Portia. There's no federal question here. I didn't think so. How much is sis-drunk getting? Half. And the only reason I know this is because it spilled out during the fight. My mama said giving half of her share to sis-drunk was ridiculous. My dad said, well, half of nothing is nothing. Have they borrowed money from sis-drunk? You don't mind asking questions, do you? Jake smiled and shrugged, said, it will all come out eventually, believe me. Yes, there was a loan. I don't know how much. Jake took a sip of cold coffee as both pondered the next question. This is serious business, Portia. There's a fortune at stake, and our side is losing right now. She smiled and said, a fortune. When word got out that this poor black woman in rural Mississippi was about to inherit $20 million, the lawyers went crazy. Had one call from Chicago making all kinds of promises. Sis-drunk was on board by then, and he fought them back, but they're still calling. White lawyers, black lawyers, everybody's got a better deal. You don't need them. Are you sure? My job is to enforce the provisions of Mr. Hubbard's last will, plain and simple. That will is under attack from his family, and that's where the fight should be. When we go to trial, I want her to be sitting right there at my table with Mr. Quince Lundy, the administrator of the estate. He's white and I'm white, and between us will be Letty, looking pretty and happy. This is about money, Portia, but it's also about race. We don't need a courtroom that's black on one side and white on the other. I'll take the case all the way to the jury, and you'll win? Only an idiot lawyer predicts what a jury might do. But I'll swear that my chances of winning the case are far greater than Booker sis-drunk's. Plus, I'm not getting a cut of Letty's inheritance. How do you get paid? You don't mind asking questions, do you? Sorry, there's just so much I don't know.
I'm working by the hour, and my fees come from the estate. All reasonable and court-approved. She nodded as if she heard this all the time. She coughed and said, "My mouth is dry. Do you have a soft drink or something?" "Sure. Follow me." They went downstairs to the small kitchen where Jake found a diet soda. To impress her, he took her into the small conference room and showed her where Quince Lundy was currently doing his work and digging through the Hubbard records. Lundy had not yet arrived for the day. "How much of the money is in cash?" she asked timidly, as if she might be out of bounds. She stared at the boxes of records, as if they were filled with cash. Most of it. She admired the shelves packed with thick law books and treatises, few of which had been touched in years. "You have a nice office here, Jake," she said. "It's a hand-me-down. It belongs to a man named Lucian Wilbanks." "I've heard of him." "Most people have. Have a seat." She eased into a thick leather chair at the long table as Jake closed the door. Roxy, of course, was nearby and on full radar alert. Jake sat across from her and said, "So tell me, Portia, how do you get rid of Sistrunk?" In the best military tradition, she instantly blurted, "Keep his big ass in jail." Jake laughed and said, "That's only temporary. Your mother has to fire him. Your father doesn't matter. He's not a party." "But they owe him money." "They can pay him later. If she'll listen to me, I'll walk her through it. But first, she has to tell Sistrunk he's fired, and Buckley too, in writing. I'll draft a letter if she'll sign it." "Give me some time, okay?" "There's not much time. The longer Sistrunk hangs around, the more damage he does. He's a publicity hound and loves the attention. Unfortunately, he's getting the attention of all the white people in Ford County. Those will be our jurors, Portia." "An all-white jury?" "No, but at least 8 or 9 of the 12. "Wasn't the Haley jury all white?" "Indeed it was, and it seemed to grow whiter each day. But that was a different trial." She took a sip from the can and looked again at the rows of important books covering the walls. "It must be pretty cool being a lawyer," she said in awe. Cool was not an adjective Jake would use. He was forced to admit to himself that it had been a long time since he viewed his profession as something other than tedious. The Haley trial had been a great triumph, but for all the hard labor, harassment, physical threats, and raw emotions, he had been paid $900. For that, he had lost his home and almost his family. "It has its moments," he said. "Tell me, Jake, are there any black female lawyers in Clanton?" "No." "How many black lawyers are there?" "2. "Where's the nearest black woman with her own law office?" "There's one over in Tupelo." "Do you know her? I'd like to meet her." "I'll be happy to make the phone call. Her name is Barbara McNatt, a nice lady. She was a year ahead of me in law school. Does primarily family law, but also mixes it up with the cops and prosecutors. She's a good lawyer." "That'd be great, Jake." She took another sip as they waited through an uncomfortable gap in the conversation. Jake knew where he wanted to go, but couldn't be in a hurry. "You mentioned law school," he said, and this grabbed her attention. They talked about it at length, with Jake careful not to make his description as dreadful as the 3-year ordeal itself. Occasionally, like all lawyers, Jake was asked by students if he would recommend the law as a profession. He had never found an honest way to say no, though he had many reservations. There were too many lawyers and not enough good jobs. They were packed along main streets in countless small towns, and they were stacked on top of each other in the tall buildings downtown. Still, at least half of all Americans who need legal help can't afford it. So more lawyers are needed. Not more corporate lawyers or insurance lawyers, and certainly not more small-town street lawyers like himself. He had a hunch that if Portia Lang became a lawyer, she would do it the right way. She would help her people. Quince Lundy arrived and broke up the conversation. Jake introduced Portia to him and then walked her to the front door. Outside under the terrace, he invited her to supper. The hearing on Kendrick Boast's petition for habeas corpus relief was held on the second floor of the federal courthouse in Oxford, as scheduled at 1 o'clock that afternoon. By then, the Honorable Booker F. Sistrunk had been wearing the county jail coveralls for over 24 hours. He was not present at the hearing, nor was his presence expected. A U.S. magistrate presided and did so with little interest. There was no precedent, at least not in the Fifth Circuit, for a federal court to get involved in a contempt ruling in state court. The magistrate asked repeatedly for some authority from anywhere in the nation, but there was none. Boast was permitted to rant and pant for half an hour, but said almost nothing of substance. His ill-grounded claim was that Mr. Sistrunk was the victim of some vague plot by the authorities in Ford County to remove him from the will contest, and so on. What was not said was the obvious. Sistrunk expected to be released simply because he was black and felt mistreated by a white judge. The petition was denied. Boast immediately prepared an appeal to the Fifth Circuit in New Orleans. He and Buckley had also filed an appeal challenging the contempt order to the Mississippi Supreme Court. Meanwhile, Mr. Sistrunk played checkers with his new cellmate, a hot check artist. The maternal side of Carla's family claimed some German roots, and for this reason, she studied German in high school and for 4 years at Ole Miss. Clanton rarely provided the opportunity to practice the language, so she was delighted to welcome Portia to their modest rental home, even though Jake forgot to tell her about his invitation until almost 5 p.m. "Relax," he said. "She's a nice girl who might play a crucial role. Plus, she's probably never been invited to a white person's house for dinner." As they had this discussion, a bit tense at first, they finally realized and admitted that they had never invited a black person to dinner. Their guest arrived promptly at 6:30, and she brought a bottle of wine, one with a cork. Though Jake had stressed that the evening was as casual as possible, Portia had changed and was wearing a long, loose cotton dress. She greeted Carla in German, but quickly switched to English. She apologized for the bottle of wine, a cheap red from California, and they had a good laugh over the paltry selections in the local liquor stores. Jake explained that all wine and booze in the state were in fact purchased by the state, then doled out to privately owned liquor stores. This led to a lively discussion about the ridiculous liquor laws in Mississippi, where in some towns you can buy 180 proof rum, but not a single can of beer. Jake, holding the bottle, said, "We don't keep alcohol in the house." "Sorry," Portia said, embarrassed. "I'll be happy to take it home." "Why don't we just drink it?" Carla asked. "A great idea." As Jake rummaged for a corkscrew, the women moved to the stove and looked at dinner. Portia said she'd rather eat than cook, though she had learned a lot about food in Europe. She had also grown fond of Italian wines, bottles of which were scarce in Ford County. "You'll have to go to Memphis," Jake said, still searching. Carla had thrown together a pasta sauce with spicy sausage, and as it simmered, she began practicing with a few elementary sentences in German. Portia responded slowly, sometimes repeating, often correcting. Hannah heard the strange words and came from the rear of the house. She was introduced to their guest, who greeted her with ciao. "What does ciao mean?" Hannah asked. "Among friends, it means hello and goodbye in Italian. Also in Portuguese, I think," Portia said. "It's a lot easier than guten Tag or bonjour." "I know some words in German," Hannah said. "My mother taught me." "We'll practice later," Carla said. Jake found an old corkscrew and managed to wrestle the bottle open. "We once had real wine glasses," Carla said, as she pulled out 3 cheap water goblets. "Like everything else, they went up in the fire." Jake poured. They clinked glasses, said cheers, and sat at the kitchen table. Hannah left them and went to her room. "Do you talk about the fire?" Portia asked. "Not much," Jake said. Carla shook her head slightly and looked away. "However, if you've seen the paper, you know that one of the thugs is now back on the streets, or somewhere around here." "I saw that," Portia said. 27 months. Yep. Granted, he didn't light the match, but he was in on the planning. Does it worry you now that he's out? Of course it does, Carla said. We sleep with guns around here. Dennis Yawkey doesn't bother me that much, Jake said. He's just a stupid little punk who was trying to impress some other guys. Plus, Ozzy is watching him like a hawk. One bad move, and Yawkey goes back to Parchman. I'm more concerned with the bad boys out there who've never been nailed. There were a lot of men, some local, some not, who were involved. Only 4 have been prosecuted. 5 if you count Blunt, Carla said. He hasn't been prosecuted. Blunt was the clucker who tried to blow up the house a week before they burned it. He currently resides at the state mental hospital where he's doing a good job of acting crazy. Carla stood and went to the stove where she stirred the sauce and turned on the burner to boil the water. I'm sorry, Portia said softly. Didn't mean to bring up an unpleasant subject. It's okay, Jake said. Tell us about Italy. We've never been there. Over dinner, she talked about her travels throughout Italy, Germany, France, and the rest of Europe. As a high school student, she had made the decision to see the world and to get as far away from Mississippi as possible. The Army gave her the chance, and she took full advantage of it. After boot camp, her top 3 choices were Germany, Australia, and Japan. While stationed at Ansbach, she spent her money on railway passes and student hostels, often traveling alone, as she saw every country from Sweden to Greece. She was stationed on Guam for a year, but missed the history and culture, and especially the food and wines of Europe, and managed to transfer. Jake had been to Mexico, and Carla had been to London. For their 5th anniversary, they saved and scraped together enough money for a low-budget trip to Paris, one they still talked about. Beyond those trips, they had been homebound. If they were lucky, they sprang for a week at the beach at Destin in the summer. Listening to Portia trot the globe made them envious. Hannah was mesmerized. "You've seen the pyramids?" she asked at one point. Indeed she had. In fact, it seemed as though Portia had seen everything. The bottle was empty after the salads, and they needed more wine. Instead, Carla poured iced tea, and they managed to finish the meal. After Hannah was in bed, they sipped decaf coffee, ate cookies, and talked about worldly matters. Of Letty and the will and its related issues, not one word was uttered. Chapter 20. Ansel Hubbard was no longer Ansel Hubbard. The old name and self had been discarded in a hurry years earlier, when a pregnant woman found him and made allegations and demands. She wasn't the first to cause him trouble, or a name change. There was an abandoned wife in Thailand, some jealous husbands here and there, the IRS, some type of police in at least 3 countries, and a cranky drug dealer in Costa Rica. And these were just the most memorable highlights of a chaotic and sloppily lived life, one he would have happily traded long ago for something more traditional. But traditional was not in the cards for Ansel Hubbard. He was working in a bar in Juneau, Alaska, in a seedy section of town where sailors and deckhands and roustabouts gathered to drink and shoot dice and blow off steam. A couple of ferocious bouncers kept the peace, but it was always fragile. He went by Lonnie, a name he'd noticed in an obituary in a newspaper in Tacoma 2 years earlier. Lonnie Clark. Lonnie knew how to game the system, and if Lonnie had so chosen, he could have obtained a Social Security number, a driver's license in any state he wanted, even a passport. But Lonnie was playing it safe, and there were no records of his existence in any government file or computer. He did not exist, though he had some fake papers in the event he got cornered. He worked in bars because he was paid in cash. He rented a room in a flophouse down the street and paid cash. He rode bikes and buses, and if he needed to vanish, which was always a possibility, he would pay cash for a Greyhound ticket and flash a fake driver's license, or hitchhike, something he'd done for 1,000,000 miles. He worked behind the bar and studied every person who came and went. 30 years on the run, and you learn how to watch, to look, to catch the prolonged glance, to spot someone who doesn't fit. Because his misdeeds involved no bodily harm to others, nor did they regretfully involve huge sums of money, there was a good chance he wasn't being chased at all. Lonnie was a small-time operator whose principal weakness was an attraction to flawed women. No real crime there. There were some crimes, petty drug dealing, pettier gun running, but hell, A man's got to make a living somehow. Perhaps a couple of his crimes were more serious. Nonetheless, after a lifetime of drifting, he had become accustomed to looking over his shoulder. The crimes were now behind him, as were the women for the most part. At 66, Lonnie was accepting the fact that a fading libido might just be a good thing after all. It kept him out of trouble, kept him focused on other things. He dreamed of buying a fishing boat, though it would be impossible to save enough from his meager earnings. Because of his nature and habits, he often thought of pulling one last drug deal, one grand slam that would net him a bundle and set him free. Prison, though, terrified him. At his age, and caught with the quantity he was dreaming about, he would die behind bars. And, he hated to admit, his previous drug deals had not gone well. No thanks. He was happy tending bar, chatting up sailors and hookers and dispensing well-earned advice. He closed the bar each morning at 2 o'clock and walked half sober to his cramped room, where he lay on a dirty bed and recalled with great nostalgia his days on the open seas, first in the Navy and later on cruise ships, yachts, even tankers. When you have no future, you live in the past, and Lonnie would be stuck there forever. He never thought about Mississippi or his childhood there. As soon as he left, he somehow trained his mind to instantly negate any thoughts of the place. Like the click of a camera, he changed scenery and images effortlessly. And after decades, he had convinced himself that he had never lived there at all. His life began when he was 16. Nothing happened before then. Nothing at all. Early on his second morning of captivity, and not long after a breakfast of cold scrambled eggs and even colder white toast, Booker Sistrunk was fetched from his cell and led without restraints over to the office of the High Sheriff. He went inside while a deputy waited at the door. Ozzie greeted him warmly and asked if he would like fresh coffee. Indeed he did. Ozzie also offered fresh donuts, and Sistrunk dove right in. "You can be out in 2 hours if you want to," Ozzie said. Sistrunk listened. "All you got to do is walk into court and apologize to Judge Adderley. You'll be in Memphis long before lunch." "I kind of like it here," Sistrunk said with a mouthful. "No, Booker, what you like is this." Ozzie slid across the Memphis paper. Front page, Metro, beneath the fold, a stock photo under a headline that read, "Sistrunk denied federal habeas relief. Remains behind bars in Clanton." He read it slowly as he chomped on another donut. Ozzie noticed a slight grin. "Another day, another headline, huh, Booker? Is that all you after here?" "I'm fighting for my client, Sheriff. Good versus evil. I'm surprised you can't see that." "I see everything, Booker. And this is what's obvious. You're not going to handle this case in front of Judge Adderley, period. You've ripped it with him, and he's tired of you and your foolishness. Your name's on his shit list, and it's not coming off." "No problem, Sheriff. I'm taking it to federal court." "Sure, you can file some bullshit civil rights crap in federal court, but it won't stick. I've talked to some lawyers,
some guys who do federal work, and they say you're full of shit. Look, Booker, you can't bully these judges down here the way you can in Memphis. We got 3 federal judges here in the Northern District. One's a former chancellor like Atlee. One's an ex-district attorney, and one used to be a federal prosecutor. All white, all fairly conservative. And you think you can walk into federal court down here and start slinging all your racist shit and somebody's gonna buy it? You a fool. And you're not a lawyer, Mr. Sheriff, but thanks for the legal advice anyway. It'll be forgotten by the time I get back to my cell.
Ozzie rocked back and flung his feet upon his desk, his cowboy boots impressive with a new shine. He gazed at the ceiling, frustrated, and said, "You making it easy for the white folks to hate Letty Lang. You know that, Booker? She's black. They hated her long before I came to town. That's where you wrong. I've been elected twice by the white folks in this county. Most of them are good people. They'll give Letty a fair shake, or at least they would have until you showed up. Now it's black versus white, and we don't have the votes. You're an idiot. You know that, Booker? I don't know what kind of law you do up in Memphis, but it ain't working down here. Thanks for the coffee and donuts. Can I go now? Please go." Sistrunk stood and walked to the door, where he stopped and said, "By the way, I'm not sure your jail complies with federal law. Sue me. A lot of violations. It might get worse." Portia was back before noon. She waited and chatted with Roxy while Jake finished a long phone call. Then she went up the stairs. Her eyes were red, her hands shook, and she looked like she hadn't slept in a week. They managed some small talk about the dinner the night before. Finally, Jake asked bluntly, "What's going on?" She closed her eyes, rubbed her forehead, and began talking. "We were up all night. One big nasty fight. Simeon was drinking, not bad, but enough to get himself riled up. Mama and I said that Sistrunk had to go. He, of course, didn't like that, and so we fought. A house full of people, and we're fighting like a bunch of idiots. He finally left, and we haven't seen him since. That's the bad news. The good news is that my mother will sign whatever it takes to get rid of the Memphis lawyers." Jake walked to his desk, picked up a sheet of paper, and handed it to her. "It just says that she fires him. That's all. If she signs it, then we're in business." "What about Simeon?" "He can hire all the lawyers he wants, but he's not named in the will. Therefore, he's not an interested party. Judge Atlee will not recognize him nor his lawyers. Simeon's game is over. This is between Letty and the Hubbard family. Will she sign it?" Portia stood and said, "I'll be right back." "Where is she?" "Outside in the car." "Please, ask her to come in." "She doesn't want to. She's afraid you're upset with her." Jake couldn't believe it. "Come on, Portia. I'll make some coffee and we'll have a chat. Go get your mother." Sistrunk was reading and resting comfortably on his lower bunk, a stack of motions and briefs balanced on his stomach, his cellie sitting nearby with his nose stuck in a paperback. Metal clanged, the door unlatched. Ozzie appeared from nowhere and said, "Let's go, Booker." He handed him his suit, shirt,
and tie, all on one hanger. His shoes and socks were in a paper grocery bag. They sneaked out a rear door where Ozzy's car was parked. A minute later, they stopped behind the courthouse and hustled inside. The halls were empty, and no one suspected anything. On the third floor, they entered Judge Atlee's cramped outer room. His court reporter doubled as his secretary. She pointed to another door and said, "They're waiting." "What's going on?" Sistrunk mumbled for at least the fourth time. Ozzy did not reply. He pushed open the door. Judge Atlee sat at the end of a long table in his standard black suit, minus the robe. To his right sat Jake, Letty, and Portia. He motioned to his left and said, "Gentlemen, please have a seat." They did, with Ozzy sitting as far away from the action as possible. Sistrunk glared across the table at Jake and Letty. It was difficult for him to hold his tongue, but he managed to do so. His habit was to shoot first and ask questions later, but common sense told him to take it easy, hold his fire, and try not to anger the judge. Portia, in particular, seemed ready to pounce on him. Letty studied her hands, while Jake scratched on a legal pad. "Please review this," Judge Atlee said to Sistrunk as he slid over a single sheet of paper. "You've been fired." Sistrunk read the one short paragraph, then looked at Letty and said, "Did you sign this?" "I did." "Under duress?" "Absolutely not," Portia said boldly. "She has made the decision to terminate your services. It's right there in black and white. Do you understand?" "Where's Simeon?" "Gone," Letty said. "Don't know when he'll be back." "I still represent him," Sistrunk said. "He's not an interested party," Judge Atlee said. "Thus he will not be allowed to take part. Nor will you." He picked up another sheet of paper and passed it over. "This is an order I just signed lifting the contempt citation. Since you are no longer involved in this matter, Mr. Sistrunk, you are free to go." It was more of a command than an observation. Sistrunk looked angrily at Letty and said, "I'm allowed to be paid for my time and expenses. Plus, there is the matter of the loans. When can I expect the money?" "In due course," Jake said. "I want it now." "Well, you're not getting it now." "Then I'll sue." "Fine. I'll defend." "And I'll preside," Judge Atlee said. "I'll give you a trial date in about 4 years. Portia could not suppress a chuckle. Ozzy said, "Judge, are we finished? If so, I need to drive Mr. Sistrunk back to Memphis. Seems he's stranded down here. Plus, he and I have a few things to discuss." "You'll hear from me again. This is not the last word," Sistrunk growled at Letty. "I'm sure of that," Jake said. "Take him away," Judge Atlee said, "preferably to the state line." The meeting was adjourned. Chapter 21. The law offices of Jake Brigance had never used an intern. Other lawyers around the square occasionally allowed them in. They were usually local college kids who were considering law school and looking for something to stick on a resume. In theory, they were good sources of either free or cheap labor, But Jake had heard more bad stories than good. He had never been tempted until Portia Lang came along. She was bright, bored, unemployed, and talking about law school. She was also the most sensible person now residing in the old Sappington house, and her mother trusted her implicitly. And, obviously, her mother was still on track to become the richest black woman in the state, though Jake saw formidable hurdles ahead. He hired Portia for $50 a week and gave her an office upstairs away from the distractions of Roxy, Quince Lundy, and especially Lucian, who by Thanksgiving was showing up every day and warming up to his old habits. It was, after all, his office, and if he wanted to smoke a cigar and fog up everybody's space, then so be it. If he wanted to walk around the reception area with a late afternoon bourbon and harass Roxy with dirty jokes, then so be it. If he wanted to pester Quince Lundy with questions about Seth Hubbard's assets, then who could stop him? Jake was spending more and more time refereeing among his expanding staff. 2 months earlier, he and Roxy had existed quietly in a rather dull but productive manner. Now there was tension, sometimes conflict, but also a lot of laughs and teamwork. Overall, Jake was enjoying the noise, though he was terrified Lucian was serious about returning to the practice. On the one hand, he loved Lucian and treasured his advice and insights. On the other, he knew any new arrangement wouldn't last. Jake's trump card was a key provision in Mississippi law that required a disbarred lawyer to take the bar exam before being reinstated. Lucian was 63 years old, and from around 5 p.m. each day, and sometimes earlier until late in the night, he was under the influence of Jack Daniels. There was no way such an old drunk could study and pass the bar exam. Portia arrived for her first day of work at 5 minutes before 9, her appointed hour. She had timidly asked Jake about the office dress code. He had quietly explained that he had no idea what interns wore, but he guessed things were casual. If they were going to court, she might want to step it up a little, but he really didn't care. He was expecting jeans and running shoes, but instead Portia presented herself in an attractive blouse, skirt, and heels. The woman was ready for work, and within minutes, Jake had the impression she was already thinking of herself as a lawyer. He showed her to her office, one of 3 empty ones upstairs. It had not been used in many years, not since the old Wilbanks firm was in its glory. Portia was wide-eyed as she took in the fine wooden desk and handsome but dusty furnishings. "Who was the last lawyer here?" she asked, looking at a faded portrait of an ancient Wilbanks. "You'll have to ask Lucian," Jake replied. He had not spent 5 minutes in the room in the last 10 years. "This is awesome," she said. "Not bad for an intern. The phone guy's coming today to get you plugged in. After that, you'll be in business." They spent half an hour going over the rules: phone use, lunch breaks, office protocol, overtime, etc. Her first task was to read a dozen Mississippi cases involving will contests,
that were tried before juries. It was important that she learn the law and the lingo and to understand how her mother's case would be handled. Read the cases, then read them again. Take notes, absorb the law, and become well versed in it so conversations with Letty would be more meaningful. Letty would be by far the most crucial witness at the trial, and it was important to begin laying the groundwork for her testimony. The truth was paramount, but as every trial lawyer knew, there were various ways of telling the truth. As soon as Jake turned his back, Lucian barged into her office and made himself at home. They had met the day before. Introductions were not necessary. He rambled on about how wise it was to ditch the Memphis lawyers and go with Jake, though in his opinion, it would be a tough case to win. He remembered he had represented one of her father's cousins, a Lang, 20 years earlier in a criminal matter, kept the boy out of prison. Great lawyering. That led to another story about a shooting that involved 4 men, none of them remotely related to Portia, as far as she could tell. By reputation, she knew Lucian, like everyone else, as the old drunk lawyer who had been the first white person to join the local NAACP and who now lived with his maid in the big house on the hill. Part legend, part scoundrel. He was a man she never thought she would meet, and here he was, chatting with her in her office as if they were old friends. For a while, she listened respectfully, but after an hour, began wondering how often these visits might occur. While she listened, Jake was locked in his office with Quince Lundy, reviewing a filing that would be known as the first inventory. After a month of digging, Lundy was convinced the first inventory would greatly resemble the final one. There were no hidden assets. Seth Hubbard knew when and how he would die, and he made certain he left behind adequate records. The real estate appraisals were complete. At the time of his death, Seth owned 1, his home and 200 acres around it, valued at $300,000. 2, 150 acres of timberland near Valdosta, Georgia, valued at $450,000. 3, 400 acres of timberland near Marshall, Texas, valued at $800,000. 4, a vacant bayfront lot north of Clearwater, Florida, valued at $100,000. 5, a cabin and 5 acres outside Boone, North Carolina, valued at $280,000. And 6, a 5th-floor condo on the beach at Destin, Florida, valued at $230,000. The total appraised value of Seth's real estate was $2,160,000. There were no mortgages. A consulting firm from Atlanta valued the Bearing Lumber Company at $400,000. Its report was attached to the inventory, along with the property appraisals. Included also were statements listing the cash in the bank in Birmingham. Ticking along at 6% interest, the total was now $21,360,000 and change. The small numbers were the most tedious. Quince Lundy listed as much of Seth's personal property as he thought the court could stand. beginning with his late model vehicles, $35,000, and going all the way down to his wardrobe, $1,000. The big number, though, was still astonishing. The first inventory valued Seth's entire estate at $24,020,000. The cash, of course, was a hard number. Everything else would be subject to the market, and it would take months or even years to sell it all. The inventory was an inch thick. Jake did not want anyone else in the office to see it, so he ran 2 copies himself. He left early for lunch, drove to the school, and had a plate of cafeteria spaghetti with his wife and daughter. He tried to visit once a week, especially on Wednesdays, when Hannah preferred to buy rather than bring her lunch. She loved the spaghetti, but even more, she loved having her father there. After she had left for the playground, the Brigances walked back to Carla's classroom. The bell rang, and class was set to resume. "Off to see Judge Atlee," Jake said with a grin. "The first payday." "Good luck," she said with a quick kiss. "Love you." "Love you." Jake hustled away, wanting to clear the hall before the throng of little people came swarming in. Judge Atlee was at his desk, finishing a bowl of potato soup, when Jake was escorted in by the secretary. Contrary to his doctor's orders, the judge was still smoking his pipe. He could not quit, and he loaded one up with Sir Walter Raleigh and struck a match. After 30 years of heavy pipe smoking, the entire office was tinged with a brownish residue. A permanent fog clung to the ceiling. A slightly cracked window offered some relief. The aroma, though, was rich and pleasant. Jake had always loved the place, with its rows of thick treatises and faded portraits of dead judges and Confederate generals. Nothing had changed in the 20 years Reuben Atlee had occupied this part of the courthouse, and Jake had the sense that little had changed in the past 50 years. The judge loved history and kept his favorite books in perfect order on custom-made shelves in one corner. The desk was covered with clutter, and Jake could swear that the same battered file had been sitting on the right front corner of it for the past decade. They had first met at the Presbyterian Church 10 years earlier, when Jake and Carla arrived in Clanton. The judge ran the church in the same way he ran all the other aspects of his life, and he soon embraced the young lawyer. They became friends, though always at a professional level. Reuben Atlee was from the old school. He was a judge. Jake was just a lawyer. Boundaries must always be respected. He had sternly corrected Jake in open court on 2 occasions with everlasting impressions. With the pipe stem screwed into the corner of his mouth, Judge Atlee retrieved his black suit jacket and put it on. Except when he was in court under a robe, he wore nothing but black suits. The same black suit. No one knew if he owned 20 or just one. They were identical. And he always wore navy blue suspenders and white starched shirts, most with a collection of tiny cinder holes from airborne tobacco embers. He took his position at the end of the table as they talked about Lucian.
When Jake finished unloading his briefcase, he handed over a copy of the inventory. "Quince Lundy is very good," Jake said. "I wouldn't want him looking through my finances." "Probably wouldn't take that long," Judge Atlee observed wryly. To many, he was a humorless man, but to those he liked, he was occasionally a raging smartass. No, it wouldn't. For a judge, he said little. Silently and studiously, he went through the inventory, page by page, as his tobacco burned out and he stopped puffing. Time was of no consequence because he controlled the clock. At the end, he removed his pipe, put it in an ashtray, and said, "$24 million, huh? That's the grand total. Let's lock this up, okay, Jake? No one should see it. Not now, anyway. Prepare an order, and I'll seal this part of the file. God knows what would happen if the public knew this. It would be front-page news and probably attract even more lawyers. It'll come out later, but for now, let's bury it." "I agree, Judge." "Any word from Sistrunk?" "No, sir. And I've got a good source now. In the spirit of full disclosure, I must tell you that I've hired a new intern, Portia Lang, Letty's oldest daughter. A bright girl who thinks she might want to be a lawyer. Smart move, Jake. And I really like that girl. So, no problems?" "None. I'm not in charge of your office." "No conflicts of interest?" "None that I can see." "Me neither. If Sistrunk shows up or comes slinking around, we'll know it soon enough. Simeon is still AWOL, but I suspect he'll come home eventually. He may be trouble, but he's not stupid. She's still his wife. He'll be back. There's something else, Jake. The will leaves 5% to a brother, Ansel Hubbard. That makes him an interested party. I've read your report and the affidavits, and I understand we're proceeding as if Ansel is dead. But that troubles me. Since we don't know for certain, then we should not assume he is dead. We've searched, Judge, but there are no clues anywhere. True, but you're not a pro, Jake. Here's my idea. 5% of this estate is over $1 million. It seems prudent to me to take a smaller sum, say $50,000 or so, and hire a high-powered detective agency to find it, or find out what happened to it. What do you think? In situations like this, Judge Atlee did not really care what you thought. The decision was made, and he was just trying to be polite. A great idea, Jake said, something all judges like to hear. I'll approve it. What about the other expenses? Well, Judge, delighted you asked. I need to get paid. Jake was handing over a summary of his time on the case. Judge Atlee studied it, frowned as if Jake were robbing the estate, then said, 180 hours. What rate did I approve? He knew exactly what he had approved. 150 per hour, Jake said. So, a total of, let's see, he was peering down his nose through the thick reading glasses perched on the tip, still frowning mightily as if he had been insulted.
$27,000? His voice rose with fake incredulity. At least that much. Seems a bit steep. On the contrary, Judge, it's a bargain. It's also a nice start to the holiday season. Oh, yes, that too. Jake knew Atlee would approve his fees if his hours had been doubled. Approved. Other expenses. He reached into his coat pocket and removed a tobacco pouch. Jake slid over more paperwork. Yes, Judge, quite a few. Quince Lundy needs to get paid. He's showing 110 hours at $100 per. And we need to pay the appraisers, the accountants, and the consulting firm. I have the documentation here, along with orders for you to sign. May I suggest that we move some cash from the bank in Birmingham to the estate account here at First National? How much? He asked, striking a match and waving it over the bowl of tobacco. Not much, because I don't like the idea of anybody at the bank seeing the money. It's tucked away over in Birmingham. Let's leave it there as long as we can. My thoughts exactly, Judge Atlee said, something he often said when confronted with a good idea. He discharged a blast of thick smoke that engulfed the table. I've already prepared the order, Jake said, shoving over even more paperwork and trying to ignore the smoke. Judge Atlee pulled the pipe from his teeth, a trail of smoke behind it. He began scribbling his name in his distinctive style, one that could never be deciphered but was recognizable nonetheless. He paused and looked at the order, transferring the money. He said, "And with the stroke of my pen, I can move $500,000. Such power. That's more than I'll net in the next 10 years. Not the way you're billing. You must think you're a big firm lawyer." "I'd rather dig ditches, Judge." "So would I." For a few silent moments he smoked and signed his name, alternating between puffing and scribbling. When the stack was finished, he said, "Let's talk about next week. Is everything in order?" "As far as I know. Letty's deposition is set for Monday and Tuesday. Herschel Hubbard is Wednesday. His sister Thursday, and Friday we'll do Ian Defoe. That's a pretty grueling week. 5 straight days of depositions." "And you're using the main courtroom?" "Yes, sir. There's no court, and I've asked Ozzy to give us an extra deputy to keep the doors closed. We'll have plenty of room, which of course we'll need. And I'll be right here in case there's trouble. I do not want any witnesses in the room while another witness is being deposed." "That's been made clear to all parties." "And I want them all on video." "It's all arranged. Money is no object." Judge Atlee chewed on the pipe stem and was amused by something. "My, oh my," he mused. "What would Seth Hubbard think if he could look in next Monday and see a room full of hungry lawyers fighting over his money?" "I'm sure he'd be sick, Judge. But it's his own fault. He should have split things up, taken care of his kids and Letty and anybody else he wanted, and we wouldn't be here." "You think he was crazy?" "No, not really." "Then why'd he do it?" "I have no idea." "Sex?" "Well, my new intern thinks not. And this girl has been around the world. It's her mother, but she's not naive." There was actually a prohibition against such a conversation.
Among the many antiquated sections of the Mississippi Code, one of the more famous, at least among lawyers, was titled "Earwigging the Chancellor Prohibited." In simple English, it prohibited a lawyer from discussing sensitive areas of a pending case with the presiding judge in the absence of the lawyer for the other side. The rule was routinely violated. Earwigging was common, especially in the chambers of Chancellor Reuben V. Attlee, but only with a few preferred and trusted lawyers. Jake had learned the hard way that what was said in chambers stayed there and was of no importance in open court. Out there, where it counted, Judge Attlee called them fair and straight, regardless of how much he had been earwigged. Chapter 22. Just as Judge Attlee imagined the scene, old Seth would indeed have been upset had he been a fly on the wall. No fewer than 9 lawyers gathered in the courtroom early Monday morning to formally kick off discovery in the case now known on the docket as In Re Estate of Henry Seth Hubbard. In other words, 9 lawyers sharpening their knives for a slice of the pie. In addition to Jake, those present were Wade Lanier and Lester Chilcott from Jackson, representing Ramona Defoe, Stillman Rush and Sam Larkin from Tupelo, representing Herschel Hubbard. Lanier was still pressuring Ian to pressure Ramona to pressure Herschel to ditch the Tupelo lawyers and join forces, but such efforts so far had only led to more tension in the family. Lanier was threatening to bolt if the 2 allies could not join forces, but his threats were losing steam. Ian suspected there was simply too much money in the pot for any lawyer to walk away. Herschel's children were represented by Zach Zeitler, a Memphis lawyer also licensed in Mississippi. He brought along a useless associate whose only role was to fill a chair, scribble nonstop, and convey the impression that Zeitler had resources. Ramona's children were represented by Joe Bradley Hunt from Jackson, and he dragged along an associate similar to Zeitler's. Ansel, also in at 5, was still presumed dead, and thus unrepresented and not mentioned. Portia was one of 3 paralegals in the courtroom. Wade Lanier and Stillman Rush brought the other 2, both white males, same as everybody else except for the court reporter, who was a white woman. The courtroom is owned by the taxpayers, Jake had told Portia, so act like you own the place. She was trying, but she was still a nervous wreck. She was expecting tension, maybe harsh words, an atmosphere pervaded by competition and distrust. What she saw, however, was a bunch of white men shaking hands, swapping friendly insults, poking fun, laughing, and having a good time as they drank their coffee and waited on 9 a.m. If there was any edginess as they were about to begin their war over a fortune, it was not evident. It's just depositions, Jake had said. You'll be bored out of your mind. Death by deposition. In the center of the courtroom, between the bar and the bench, the tables had been joined together, with chairs crammed around them. The lawyers slowly found their places, though no seating was assigned.
Since Letty would be the first witness, Jake sat near the empty seat at the end. At the other end, the court reporter fiddled with a video camera as a clerk entered with a full pot of coffee and sat it on the table. When everyone was in place and somewhat settled, Jake nodded at Portia, who opened a side door and retrieved her mother. Letty was dressed for church and looked great, though Jake had told her she could wear anything. It's just a deposition. She sat at the end of the table, with Jake close by on one side, the court reporter on the other side, with her stenographic machine, and her daughter not far away. She looked down the long table, smiled at the horde of lawyers, and said, "Good morning." Every single lawyer returned the greeting with a smile. Off to a good start. But only for a second. As Jake was about to start the preliminaries, the large main door opened and Rufus Buckley walked in, briefcase in hand, as if he had business there. The courtroom was empty, not a single spectator, and it would remain so upon the order of Judge Reuben Atlee. Obviously, Buckley wasn't there to observe. He walked through the swinging gate of the bar and took a seat at the table. The other 9 lawyers watched suspiciously. Jake was suddenly itching for a fight. He called out loudly, "Well, hello, Rufus. So nice to see you out of jail these days." "Ha ha, Jake. Such a comedian." "What are you doing here?" "I'm here for the deposition. Can't you see?" Buckley shot back. "Who do you represent?" "The same client I've had for a month, Simeon Lang." "He's not an interested party." "Oh, we think he is. We think it might need to be litigated. But our position is that Mr. Lang has a direct pecuniary interest in the will contest. That's why I'm here." Jake stood and said, "Okay, let's stop right where we are. Judge Atlee is on standby in case there's trouble. I'll run fetch him." Jake left the courtroom in a hurry, and Buckley settled into his seat, somewhat nervously. Minutes later, Judge Atlee entered from behind the bench, minus his robe, and took his usual position. "Good morning, gentlemen," he said gruffly, and without waiting for any response said, "Mr. Buckley, using as few words as possible, please tell me why you're here." Buckley stood with his customary purpose and said, "Well, Judge, we still represent Mr. Simeon Lang." "And who's we?" "Mr. Booker Sistrunk and myself, along—" "Mr. Sistrunk will not be appearing in this courtroom, Mr. Buckley. Not in this matter, anyway." "Okay. Well, then our position hasn't changed. Mr. Simeon Lang is a party to these proceedings, and he is not, nor will I allow him to become a party. Therefore, Mr. Buckley, you are not representing an interested party. But that has not been finally determined." "It certainly has. By me. You have no business here, Mr. Buckley, and this deposition is closed." "Come on, Judge. It's just a deposition, not some secret meeting. The testimony will be added to the court file and available to the public." "That's for me to decide at some future date. Judge, what she says today will be sworn testimony, and it will become a part of the record in this case." "Don't lecture me, Mr. Buckley." "I'm sorry, I didn't." "These depositions will be sealed until I review them.
Frankly, Mr. Buckley, I don't like being put in the position of having to argue with you. Need I remind you of what happened the last time you said too much in this courtroom? No need for that, Judge, Buckley said. Good day, Mr. Buckley, the judge said at full volume. Buckley stood helplessly, in disbelief, both arms outstretched as if stunned. Seriously, Judge? Dead serious, Mr. Buckley. Good day, sir. Buckley nodded, reached for his briefcase, and made a hasty retreat from the courtroom. When the main door closed behind him, Judge Atlee said, "Carry on," and disappeared. Everyone took a deep breath. Jake said, "Now, where were we?" "I kind of miss Sis Drunk," Wade Lanier drawled and got a few laughs. "I'm sure you do," Jake said. He and Buckley would have scored well with the Ford County jury. Jake introduced Letty to the court reporter, the other lawyers, all names and faces blurred by the sheer number, and he went into a lengthy explanation of the purposes of a deposition. The instructions were fairly simple. Please speak clearly, slowly, and if a question isn't clear, ask that it be restated. If uncertain, say nothing. He, Jake, would object to anything objectionable, and please answer truthfully because you're under oath. The lawyers would take turns with their questioning. If you need a break, just say so. The court reporter would take down every word, and the video camera would record the entire deposition. If for some reason Letty was not able to testify at trial, the video would be used as evidence. The instructions were necessary, and then they were not. Jake, Portia, and Lucian had rehearsed with Letty for hours in the conference room at the office. She was well prepared, though in a deposition it was impossible to predict what might be discussed. At trial, all testimony must be relevant. Not so in a deposition, which often turned into a prolonged fishing expedition. Be polite, be concise, don't volunteer. If you don't know, then you don't know. Remember, the camera catches everything, and I'll be right beside you for protection, Jake had said over and over. Portia had gone to the attic and found dozens of old depositions that she had spent hours poring over. She understood the technicalities, the strategies, and the pitfalls. She and her mother had talked for hours on the back porch of the old Sappington house. Letty was as prepared as possible. After she was sworn by the court reporter, Wade Lanier introduced himself with a sappy smile and began the questioning. "Let's start with your family," he said. "Names, current residences, birth dates, birthplaces, education, employment, children, grandchildren, parents, brothers, sisters, cousins, aunts, uncles." Letty and Portia had rehearsed thoroughly, and the answers came easily. Lanier paused at one point when he realized Portia was her daughter. Jake explained, "She's an intern in my office, paid." This caused some concern around the table. Stillman Rush finally asked, "Does this pose a conflict, Jake?" Jake had thought it over long ago. "Not at all. I represent the estate. Portia is not a beneficiary under the will. I see no conflict. Do you?"
Is she going to be a witness? Lester Chilcott asked. No, she was away in the Army for the past 6 years. Zach Zeitler asked, will she have access to certain information her mother perhaps should not see? Such as? I can't give you an example right now. I'm just speculating. I'm not saying there's a conflict here, Jake. I'm just sort of caught off guard. Have you informed Judge Atlee? Wade Lanier asked. I did last week, and he approved. End of conversation. Wade Lanier took off again with questions about Letty's parents and grandparents. His questions were soft and easy, quite conversational, as if he were truly interested in where her maternal grandparents once lived and what they did for a living. After an hour, Jake fought the temptation to daydream. It was important for him to take notes in the event another lawyer, hours from now, inadvertently stepped into the same territory. Back to Letty. She finished high school in 1959 in Hamilton, Alabama, at the old colored school. She ran away to Memphis and met Simeon. They married right away, and Marvis was born the following year. Wade Lanier spent some time on Marvis, his criminal record, convictions, incarceration. Letty got choked up and wiped her cheeks, but did not break down. Next came Phaedra and her problems. 2 children born out of wedlock, Letty's first 2 grandkids, an employment history that was sketchy at best. Phaedra was currently living at home. In fact, she had never really left. Her 2 children had different fathers who were out of the picture. Portia flinched with questions about her older brother and her sister. These were not secrets, but they were not openly discussed either. The family whispered about such matters, yet here they were being kicked about by a bunch of white men, strangers all. At 10:30, they broke for 15 minutes, and everyone scattered. The lawyers ran to find phones. Portia and Letty headed for the ladies' room. A clerk brought in a fresh pot of coffee and a tray of store-bought cookies. The tables already resembled a landfill. When they resumed, Stillman Rush took the handoff and dwelled on Simeon, whose family was more complicated. Letty admitted she did not know as many details about his ancestors. His work history was filled with gaps, but she did recall stints as a truck driver, dozer operator, pulpwood cutter, painter, and brick mason's helper. He had been arrested a couple of times, the most recent being last October. Misdemeanors, no felonies. Yes, they had separated several times, but never for more than 2 months. Enough of Simeon, for now anyway. Stillman wanted to follow up with Letty's resume. She worked for Seth Hubbard off and on, part-time and full-time, for most of the past 3 years. Before that, she worked for 3 years as a housekeeper in the Clanton home of an old couple Jake had never heard of. Both died within 3 months of one another, and Letty was out of work. Before that, she worked as a cook in the middle school cafeteria in Caraway. Stillman wanted dates, wages, raises, bosses, every minute detail, and Letty did the best she could. Seriously? Portia asked herself. How could the name of my mother's boss 10 years ago possibly be important to this will contest? It would be a fishing expedition, Jake had said. Welcome to the mind-numbing dullness of deposition warfare. Jake had also explained that depositions drag on for days because the lawyers are being paid by the hour, or at least the ones who are asking the banal and monotonous questions. With virtually no restrictions on what can be explored, and with their meters running, lawyers, especially those working for insurance companies and big corporations, have no interest in being concise. As long as they can keep the conversation close to a person, issue, or thing remotely connected to the lawsuit, then they can peck away for hours. However, Jake had also explained that the Hubbard case was different because the only lawyer working by the hour was him. The others were there on a prayer and a percentage. If the handwritten will were to be invalidated, the money would revert to the family under the prior will, and all those lawyers would take a cut. Since the other lawyers had no guarantee they would be paid, he suspected their questions might not be so tedious. Portia wasn't so sure about that. Tedium was closing in from all directions. Stillman liked to bounce around, probably in an effort to keep the witness off balance. He woke up the crowd with, "Now, did you borrow money from your former attorney, Booker Sistrunk?" "I did." Letty knew the question was coming and answered it without hesitation. There was no law or rule against such a loan, not on the receiving end anyway. "How much?" $50,000. "Did he write you a check or was it in cash?" "Cash. And Simeon and I, signed a promissory note." "Was this the only loan from Sistrunk?" "No, there was a prior loan for $5,000. "Why did you borrow money from Mr. Sistrunk?" "Because we needed the money. I lost my job, and with Simeon, you never know." "Did you take the money and move into a larger house?" "We did." "And how many people now live in that house?" Letty thought for a moment and said, "Usually around 11, but the number varies. Some come and go." Jake glared at Stillman as if to say, "Don't even think about wanting all 11 names. Can we just move along?" Stillman was tempted, but moved along. "How much are you paying in rent?" $700 a month. "And you're unemployed as of today?" "Correct." "Where's your husband working right now?" "He's not." "Since Mr. Sistrunk is no longer your lawyer, how do you plan to repay him?" "We'll worry about that later." Roxy had sandwiches and chips ready for lunch, and they ate in the conference room where Lucian joined them. "How'd it go?" he asked. "The usual first round of worthless questions," Jake said. "Letty was great, but she's already tired." Letty said, "I can't do this for another day and a half." "Modern discovery," Lucian said in disgust. "Tell us how it was back in the old days, Lucian," Jake said. "Well, back in the old days, and the old days were much better than all these new rules you got now." "I didn't write them." "You weren't required to divulge all your witnesses and describe what they were going to say. No, sir. It was trial by ambush.
You get your witnesses, I'll get mine, and we'll show up at the courthouse and have us a trial. It made you a better lawyer, too, because you had to react on the fly. Nowadays, everything has to be fully disclosed, and every witness has to be available for a deposition. Think of the time. Think of the expense. It was far better back then. I swear it was.
Why don't you take a large bite of that sandwich? Jake said. Letty needs to relax, and no one can relax when you're on your soapbox. Lucian took a small bite and asked,
What'd you think, Portia?
She was nibbling on a chip. She laid it down and said, It's pretty cool. I mean, being in a room full of that many lawyers makes me feel important. Don't be too impressed, Jake said. Most of those guys couldn't try a shoplifting case in city court. I bet Wade Lanier can, Letty said. He's smooth. I get the impression he knows what I'm going to say before I say it. He's very good, Jake admitted. Believe me, Letty, we will learn to despise him. He seems to be a nice guy now, but you won't be able to stand the sight of him before this is over. The thought of a long fight seemed to deflate Letty. 4 hours into the initial skirmish, and she was already exhausted. During lunch, 2 ladies from the clerk's office assembled a small artificial Christmas tree and placed it at the far rear corner of the courtroom. From where Jake was sitting at the table, he had a clear, unobstructed view of the tree. At noon each Christmas Eve, most of the circuit and chancery court clerks and judges, and a few hand-picked lawyers, gathered back there for eggnog and gag gifts. It was a gathering Jake tried his best to avoid. The tree, though, reminded him that Christmas was only days away, and the thought of shopping had not yet crossed his mind, at least not until then. As Wade Lanier plowed ahead in a voice so low and dry that it was practically a sedative, Jake caught his mind drifting away to the holidays. For the past 2 years, they had struggled to decorate their rental and bring it alive for the holidays. Hannah helped tremendously. Having a child around the house kept everyone's spirits up. Lanier moved into a sensitive area. Slowly, skillfully, he probed into Letty's duties around the house when Mr. Hubbard was sick with the chemo and radiation and confined to his bed. Letty explained that a home health care agency sent nurses over to tend him, but these women were not good, not considerate enough, and Mr. Hubbard was quite rude. She didn't blame him. He ran them off and had fights with the agency. Eventually, Letty took over his care. She cooked whatever he wanted and fed him when he needed help. She helped him out of bed and to the bathroom, where he sometimes sat on the toilet for half an hour. He had accidents, and she cleaned his bed. On several occasions, he was forced to use the bedpan, and Letty tended to him. No, it was not pleasant work, and she was not trained in such ways, but she managed. He appreciated her kindness. He trusted her. Yes, on several occasions she bathed Mr. Hubbard in his bed. Yes, a complete bath, touching everywhere. He was so sick and hardly awake. Later, when they stopped the chemo and radiation for a while, he regained his strength and began moving around as soon as possible. He bounced back with an amazing determination. No, he never quit smoking. Intimacy can kill our case, Jake had explained to Portia in blunt terms, which were then filtered through daughter to mother. If the jury believes Letty got too close to Seth Hubbard, they'll have no trouble finding she unduly influenced him. Was Mr. Hubbard affectionate with her? Was he one to hug, peck on the cheek, pat on the rear end? Not in the least, Letty said. Never. Her boss was a hard man who kept to himself. He had little patience with other people
and needed few friends. He did not shake Letty's hand when she arrived for work in the morning, nor did he offer her even a semblance of an embrace when saying goodbye. She was his employee, nothing more, not a friend, nor a confidant, nor anything else. He was polite, and he thanked her when appropriate, but he was never a man of many words. She knew nothing of his business nor his social affairs. He never spoke of another woman, and Letty never saw one in his home. In fact, she could not remember a single incident when a friend or business acquaintance came to the house, not in the 3 years she worked there. Perfect, Jake said to himself. Bad lawyers tried to trick witnesses, or pin them down, or confuse them, all in an effort to win the deposition. Good lawyers preferred to win at trial, and used depositions as a means to gather information that could be used to set traps later. Great lawyers skipped depositions altogether and orchestrated beautiful ambushes in front of the jury. Wade Lanier and Stillman Rush were good lawyers, and they spent the first day collecting data. During 8 hours of direct examination, there was not the first cross word, not the first hint of disrespect for the witness. Jake was impressed with his opponents. Later in his office, he explained to Letty and Portia that both Lanier and Rush were basically acting. They were presenting themselves as friendly guys who really liked Letty and were just searching for the truth. They wanted Letty to like them, to trust them, so that at the trial she might drop her guard. "They're a couple of wolves," he said. "At trial, they'll go for your throat." Letty, exhausted, asked,
"Jake, I won't be on the stand for no 8 hours, will I?"
"You'll be ready." She had her doubts. Zach Zeitler led off the following morning with a series of probing questions about Mr. Hubbard's last days. He struck pay dirt when he asked,
"Did you see him on Saturday, October 1st?
Jake braced himself for what would follow. He had known it for several days, but there was no way to avoid it. The truth was the truth.
"I did,"
Letty answered.
"I thought you said you never worked on Saturdays." "That's right, but Mr. Hubbard asked me to come in that Saturday." "And why was that?" "He wanted me to go to his office with him, to clean it. The regular guy was off sick and the place needed cleaning."
Around the table, Letty's response was far more effective than the morning coffee. Eyes opened, spines stiffened, rear ends inched to the edges of chairs. A couple of telling glances were exchanged. Smelling blood, Zeitler pressed on cautiously.
"What time did you arrive at Mr. Hubbard's house?" "Around 9 that morning." "And what did he say?" "He said he wanted me to go with him to his office. So we got in the car and went to his office." "Which car?" "His, the Cadillac." "Who drove?" "I did. Mr. Hubbard asked me if I'd ever driven a new Cadillac. I said no. I had said something earlier about how nice the car was, and so he asked me if I wanted to drive it. At first I said no, but he handed me the keys, so I drove it over to the office. I was a nervous wreck."
"You drove him over?" Zeitler repeated. Around the table, all heads were low as the lawyers scribbled furiously, their minds spinning. In perhaps the most famous will contest in the history of the state, the beneficiary, who was not a blood relative, actually drove the dying person to the lawyer's office to sign a will that cut out all family and left everything to the beneficiary, the driver. The Supreme Court invalidated the last will on the grounds of undue influence and gave as a significant reason the fact that the surprise beneficiary had been so involved in the making of the new will. Since that court decision 30 years earlier, it was not unusual for a lawyer to ask, who drove him over, when an unexpected will was discovered.
"Yes,"
she said. Jake watched the other 8 lawyers as they reacted exactly as he anticipated. It was a gift to them and a hurdle for him to clear. Zeitler carefully arranged some notes, then said,
"How long were you in his office?" "I didn't look at no clock, but I'd say a couple of hours." "Who else was there?" No one. He said they usually didn't work on Saturdays, at least not in the office.
I see. For the next hour, Zeitler probed through that Saturday morning. He asked Letty to draw a diagram of the office building to establish where she cleaned and where Mr. Hubbard spent the time. She said he never left his office and the door was shut. No, she did not go in there, not even to clean. She did not know what he was working on or what he was doing in his office. He came and went with his everyday briefcase, but she had no idea what was in it. He appeared to be clear-headed, certainly able to drive if he had wanted, and she knew little about his pain medications. Yes, he was frail and weak, but he had gone to the office every day that week. If anyone else saw them at the office, she was not aware of it. Yes, she drove the Cadillac back to Mr. Hubbard's house. Then she went home, arriving there around noon.
And he never mentioned the fact that he was writing his last will?
Objection, Jake said. She's already answered that twice.
Okay, yes. Well, I just wanted to make sure.
It's in the record.
Sure.
Having scored big, Zeitler was reluctant to move on. He established that Letty drove the Cadillac on that day only. She rarely saw pill bottles or drugs around the house. She suspected he kept his meds in his briefcase. At times, he was in severe pain. He never talked about suicide. She never witnessed bizarre behavior that would suggest he was under the influence of medications. He was not a drinker, but occasionally kept a few beers in the refrigerator, and he kept a desk in his bedroom, but almost never worked at home. By noon Tuesday, Letty was ready to quit. She had a long lunch in Jake's office, again with Portia, then took a nap on a sofa. Death by deposition continued on Wednesday as Jake took charge and quizzed Herschel Hubbard for several hours. The morning session dragged on with stultifying dullness, and it didn't take long to establish that Herschel had accomplished little and taken few chances in his career. His divorce had been the most exciting event in his life. Such hot topics as his education, work experiences, businesses, former homes and apartments, relationships, friends, interests, hobbies, religious convictions, and political leanings were covered in depth and proved to be stunningly boring. Several of the attorneys nodded off. Portia, in her third day of real legal action, struggled to stay awake. After lunch, the lawyers reluctantly returned to the courtroom for another session. Jake managed to liven things up a bit when he began trying to pin down how much time Herschel had spent with his father in the past several years. Herschel tried to give the impression he and the old man were close, but had trouble recalling specific visits. If they spoke so often on the phone, what might the phone records reveal? Jake asked. Any cards and letters from Seth? Herschel was sure he had them, but he wasn't so sure he could produce them. His lawyers had instructed him to be as vague as possible, and he succeeded beautifully. On the subject of Letty Lang, Herschel claimed to have been around her quite often during his many visits to see his beloved father. In his opinion, Seth was quite fond of her. He admitted he never saw them touch in any way, but there was something in the way they looked at each other. What exactly? Not sure, but just something between them. She was always listening, always in the shadows trying to eavesdrop, and as his father got sicker, he depended more and more on Letty, and they grew closer. Jake asked if he was suggesting they were intimate.
Only Letty knows that,
Herschel replied, implying, of course, the obvious. Portia fumed as she glanced around the table. She assumed that every person there, except for Jake, believed her mother was sleeping with a withered and decaying old white man, and doing so to get his money. But Portia kept her head low, and as a professional, maintained a poker face as she filled another page with notes that would never be reviewed. 7 hours of probing were more than enough to establish Herschel Hubbard was a less than interesting person who'd had a strained and distant relationship with his father. He was still living with his mother, still reeling from a bad divorce, and at the age of 46, barely surviving on the income from a student hangout. What Herschel desperately needed was an inheritance. as did Ramona. Her deposition kicked off at 9 on Thursday morning, and by then the lawyers were cranky and fed up with the case. Spending 5 consecutive days in deposition was a rare event, though not unheard of. During a break, Wade Lanier told a story of deposing a dozen consecutive witnesses over 10 straight days in an oil spill case in New Orleans. The witnesses were from Venezuela, most did not speak English, and the interpreters were not that fluent. The lawyers partied hard every night, suffered through the depositions with awful hangovers, and 2 of them entered rehab when the ordeal was over. No one had more stories than Wade Lanier. He was the senior lawyer and had spent 30 years in courtrooms. The more Jake watched and listened, the more he respected Lanier. He would be a formidable foe before the jury. Ramona turned out to be as dull as her brother. From their depositions, it slowly became apparent that Seth Hubbard was a neglectful father who viewed his children as little more than nuisances. In hindsight, and with the money on the line, they tried valiantly to prop up the old guy and make them all seem like a close, happy family. But Seth simply could not be reinvented. Jake poked and prodded and trapped her here and there, but he did so with a smile and tried not to offend her. Since she and Herschel spent so little time with their father, their testimony would not be that crucial at trial. They were not around him in the days before his death. Thus, they had nothing to offer on the subject of his mental capacity. They had no first-hand knowledge of his alleged closeness to Letty. And these were only preliminary depositions. Jake and the other lawyers knew that in all likelihood, Letty, Herschel, Ramona, and Ian Defoe would be deposed again. When the facts became clearer and the issues more narrowly defined, the lawyers would have more questions. Chapter 23. Leaving the courthouse in a hurry late Thursday afternoon, Jake was grabbed by Stillman Rush, who asked if he had time for a quick drink. It was a strange offer because the two had nothing in common except the Hubbard case. Sure, he said, why not? Stillman had something important to talk about. Otherwise, he wouldn't waste his time with a street lawyer like Jake. They met in a bar in the basement of an old building just off the square, walking distance from the courthouse. It was already dark outside and misting, a perfectly gloomy evening and a great time for a drink. Though Jake didn't frequent bars, he had been there before. It was a shadowy, damp place with dark corners and booths, and gave the impression that semi-legitimate deals were going down. Bobby Carl Leach, the town's most infamous shyster, owned a table next to the fireplace and was often seen there with politicians and bankers. Harry Rex Vonner was a regular. Jake and Stillman got a booth, ordered draft beers, and began to unwind. After 4 straight days at the same table listening to endless and marginally useful testimony, they were almost numb with tedium. Stillman's innate cockiness seemed to vanish, and he was almost likable. When the waiter dropped off the beers, he leaned in low and said, "Here's an idea, just me thinking with no authority from anyone else. But there's a pile of money here. We all know that. Not sure how much right now, but $24 million, Jake interrupted. The lawyers would soon learn what was in the inventory, and there was no harm in revealing this to Stillman. Jake was just trying to keep it out of the newspapers. Stillman paused, smiled, took a sip, and shook his head. $24 million. And no debts. Hard to believe, isn't it? It is. So there's $24 million, and by the time the tax collectors have their way, we'll be lucky if half of it's left. Jake said, "That's right, according to the accountants. So we're down to $12 million. Still a lot of money, more than you and I will ever see. So here's my idea, Jake. Why don't we try and negotiate a settlement? There are 3 main players, Herschel, Ramona, and Letty. Surely we can slice the pie and make everyone happy." It was not an original idea. Jake and Lucian had kicked it around several times, and they were certain the opposing lawyers had done the same. Each side gives a little or a lot, cut off the attorney's fees and expenses, stop the presses, avoid the stress and uncertainty of a trial, and everybody is guaranteed a nice slice of the pie. It made perfect sense. In every lawsuit, The potential of a settlement was always in the minds of the attorneys. "Is this what your client wants to do?" Jake asked. "I don't know. We haven't discussed it yet. But if it's a possibility, then I'll approach Herschel and lean on him." "Okay, this pie you're talking about, how do you want to slice it?" A long gulp, followed by a backhand wipe of the mouth, and Stillman lunged onward. "Let's be honest, Jake. Letty Lang is entitled to very little. In the scheme of things and in the normal transition of assets and estates, she just doesn't figure in. She's not family, and regardless of how screwed up a family might be, the money almost always gets handed down to the next generation. You know that. 90% of all money that flows through wills goes to family members. 90% in Mississippi, same in New York and California, where they have, shall we say, bigger estates. And look at the law. If a person dies with no will, then all money and assets go to blood kin and no one else. Keeping the money in the family is preferred by the law. True, but we can't settle this case if Letty is told she gets nothing." "Of course not, Jake. Give her a couple of million. Can you imagine that? Letty Lang, unemployed, a career housekeeper, suddenly walks away with $2 million, and that's after taxes. I'm not denigrating the woman, Jake. Hell, I came to like her during the deposition. She's pleasant, even funny, a good person. I'm not being critical of her. But come on, Jake. Do you know how many black people in Mississippi are worth 7 figures? Enlighten me. According to the 1980 census, 7 black folks in this state claim to be worth more than $1 million. All men, most were in construction or real estate. Letty would be the richest black woman in the state. And your client and his sister split the remaining $10 million, Jake asked. Something like that. Give a nice gift to the church, and we'll split the rest. That would be a good deal for you guys, Jake said. You'll rake off 1/3 of almost $5 million. Not a bad payday. I didn't say we're getting 1/3, Jake, but you're getting a percentage. I can't say, but sure, it'll be a nice payday. For some, thought Jake. If the case settled now, his fees would be severely reined in. Have you discussed this with Wade Lanier? Stillman grimaced at the mention of his name. That's another story. Lanier wants my client, who, for now, is sticking with me. I don't trust Lanier, and I'll spend the next 6 months looking over my shoulder. What a snake. So the answer is no. The answer is no. I haven't discussed it with anyone. I take it things are tense between your client and his client. I suppose. Herschel and Ramona can get along when they have to, but Ian is the problem. Herschel said he and Ian can't stand one another, never have. He sees Ian as a privileged little prick from a stuffy old family that managed to lose it all, and so he's trying hard to regain some status and play the big shot. He's always looked down on the Hubbards as something slightly above white trash, until now, of course. Now he's suddenly enamored with the family and has deep concerns for its well-being. It was not lost on Jake that Stillman referred to someone else as a privileged little prick from a stuffy old family. What a surprise, he said. Look, Stillman, I just spent 8.5 hours playing pitch and catch with Ramona. And if I didn't know better, I'd say the woman drinks too much. The red, leaky eyes, the puffiness partially hidden under makeup, the extra layer of wrinkles that seem too much for a woman of only 42. I'm an expert on drunks because I'm close to Lucian Wilbanks. Herschel says she's a lush who's been threatening to leave Ian for years, Stillman said, and Jake was impressed with his candor. Now she can't run him off, Jake said. Oh, no. I think Ian is once again madly in love with his wife. I have a pal in Jackson who knows some of Ian's drinking buddies. They say he likes the ladies. I'll ask him about it tomorrow. Do that. The point is, Herschel and Ian will never trust each other. They ordered more beers and finished off their first round. Stillman said, You don't seem too excited about the prospects of a settlement. You're ignoring what the old man wanted. He was very clear, both in his will and in his letter to me. He directed me to defend his handwritten will at all costs, to the bitter end. He directed you. Yes, in a letter that accompanied the will. You'll see it later. He was very specific in his desire to cut out his family. But he's dead. It's still his money. How can we redirect his money when his wishes were quite clear? It's not right, and I doubt if Judge Atlee would approve it. And if you lose, then I'll lose doing what I was directed to do, defend the will at all costs. The second beers arrived just as Harry Rex lumbered by without speaking. He seemed preoccupied and did not look at Jake. It was not yet 6 p.m., too early for Harry Rex to leave the office. He crawled into a booth by himself in a corner and tried to hide. Stillman wiped foam from his mouth again and asked, "Why'd he do it, Jake? Any clues so far?" "Not really," Jake said with a shrug, as though he would honestly share inside dirt with his opponent. He wouldn't give Stillman Rush the time of day if it could possibly help his cause. "Sex?" Another casual shrug, a quick shake of the head, a frown. "I don't think so. The old guy was 71, a heavy smoker, sick, frail, eaten up with cancer. It's hard to imagine him having the energy and stamina to get it on with any woman." "He wasn't sick 2 years ago." "True, but there's no way to prove it." "I'm not talking about proof, Jake, or evidence or trials or anything else. I'm just speculating. There's got to be a reason." "Then figure it out yourself, asshole," Jake thought, but didn't say. He was amused at Stillman's clumsy effort at gossip, as if the two were old drinking buddies who often shared secrets. Loose lips sink ships, Harry Rex was fond of saying. Loose lips lose lawsuits. Jake said, "It's hard to believe a little sex could be worth $24 million. Stillman laughed and said, "Not so sure. Wars have been fought over it." "True. No interest in pursuing a settlement?" "No. I have my marching orders." "You'll be sorry." "Is that a threat?" "Not at all. The way we see it, Booker Sistrunk has already pissed off every white person in Ford County." "Didn't know you were such an expert on Ford County. Look, Jake, you got one huge sensational verdict here. Don't let it go to your head." "I wasn't looking for advice." "Maybe you need it." "From you?" Stillman drained his mug and sat it hard on the table. "Gotta run. I'll pay at the bar." He was already out of the booth and reaching into a pocket. Jake watched him leave, cursed him, then eased deeper into the room and slid into the booth opposite Harry Rex. "Sitting among your friends?" Jake asked. Well, well. So Carla let you out of the house." Harry Rex was working on a Bud Light and reading a magazine, which he put aside. "I just had my first and last drink with Stillman Rush." "How thrilling. Let me guess. He wants to settle." "How'd you know?" "Figures. A quick deal and those boys make out like bandits." Jake described Stillman's version of a fair settlement, and they had a good laugh. A waiter delivered a platter of nachos and dip. "Is this your dinner?" Jake asked. "No, this is high tea. I'm headed back to the office. You'll never guess who's in town." "Who?" "Remember Willie Traynor? Used to own the Times?" "Sort of. I met him once or twice, years ago. Seems like he sold the paper about the time I arrived here." "That's right. Willie bought it in 1970 from the Caldwell family. It was in bankruptcy, and I think he paid something like 50 grand for it. Sold it 10 years later for 1.5 mil. Harry Rex loaded up a nacho and stuffed it in his mouth. Pausing only slightly, he continued. "He never really fit in around here, so he went back to Memphis, where he was from, and lost his ass in real estate. Then his grandmother died and left him another bundle. He's in the process of losing it, too, I think. We were pretty close back in the day, and he pops in from time to time looking for a drink." "Does he still own the Hocut house?" "Yep, and I think that's one reason he wants to talk. He bought it in 1972 after all the Hocuts died off. Talk about a weird bunch. Twins, Wilma and Gilma, plus a brother and a crazy sister, and none of them ever married. Willie bought the house because nobody else wanted it. Then he spent a few years fixing it up. You ever seen it?" "Only from the street. It's beautiful." "It's one of the finest Victorians in these parts. Kind of reminds me of your old place, just a lot bigger. Willie has good taste, and the interior is immaculate." Problem is, he hasn't spent 3 nights there in the past 5 years. He wants to sell it. Probably needs the money. But hell, can't nobody around here afford it.
Whatever the price, it's way out of my range, Jake said.
He thinks it's worth $300,000. I said maybe so, but he'll never get it. Not now, not 10 years from now. Some doctor will buy it. He mentioned you, Jake. He followed the Haley trial, knows all about the Klan burning your house. He knows you're in the market. I'm not in the market, Harry Rex. I'm in litigation with the insurance company. But tell him thanks anyway. Too rich for my blood. You want some nachos? No thanks. I need to get home. Tell Carla I love her and lust after her body. She knows it. Later. Jake walked to his office in a cold drizzle. The street lamps around the square were adorned with Christmas wreaths and silver bells. Carols rang out from a nativity scene in front of the courthouse. The merchants were open late, and the stores were busy. There was a slight chance of snow tomorrow, and few things excited the town like such a forecast. The old-timers claimed there had been a white Christmas in 1952, and even the slightest chance of one now had kids staring out of windows and stores offering shovels and salt. Shoppers scurried about with great anticipation, as if a blizzard was expected. Jake took the long route home, driving slowly away from the square and into the shaded streets of central Clanton, until he turned onto Market Street. A light was on in the Hokut house, a rarity. Jake and Carla had passed it many times, always slowly, admiringly, and always aware that the lovely Victorian was hardly used. There had always been rumors that Willie Traynor was selling the place. He had abandoned Clanton after he sold the paper, and everyone knew it. The house needed painting. In the summer, the flower beds were choked with weeds, and the grass was rarely mowed. In the fall, the leaves gathered in drifts on the front porch, and no one raked them. For a moment, Jake was tempted to stop, knock on the door, barge in, have a drink with Willie, and talk business. But the temptation passed, and he headed home. Chapter 24. On the morning of Christmas Eve, Jake slept late, or as late as possible. With Carla dead to the world, he eased out of bed at 7 and without a sound went to the kitchen. He brewed coffee, scrambled eggs, and toasted muffins, and when he returned with breakfast in bed, she grudgingly came to life. They were eating slowly and talking quietly, thoroughly enjoying a rare moment, when Hannah bounded into the room, full of anticipation and chattering nonstop about Santa Claus. She wedged herself between her parents and helped herself to a muffin. Without prompting, she reviewed everything she had put in her letter to the North Pole and seemed genuinely concerned that she might be asking for too much. Both parents patiently disagreed. She was, after all, the only child and usually got what she wanted. Plus, there was a surprise that would overshadow all of her requests. An hour later, Jake and Hannah left for the square, while Carla stayed home to wrap packages. Roxy was off for the day, and Jake needed to retrieve a gift for his wife. The office was always the best hiding place. He expected to find no one there, but was not too surprised when he saw Lucian in the conference room, digging through a stack of old files. He looked as though he had been there for hours, and more important, he looked clean and sober. "We need to talk," he said. Hannah loved to rummage through her father's big office, so Jake turned her loose upstairs and went to find coffee. Lucian had already consumed half a pot and seemed sufficiently wired. "You're not going to believe this," he said as he closed the conference room door. Jake fell into a chair, stirred his coffee, and asked, "Can this wait until Monday?" "No, shut up and listen. The great question here is, why would a man do what Seth Hubbard did, right? Make a last-minute will, crude and handwritten, cut out his family, and leave everything to a person who has no claim to any of his fortune? This is the question that haunts you now, and it will only get bigger until we find the answer." "Assuming there is an answer." "Yes. So to unravel this mystery and to hopefully help you win this case, we have to answer that question." "And you've found it?" "Not yet, but I'm on the trail." Lucian waved at a pile of debris on the table. Files, copies of old deeds, notes. I have examined the land records of the 200 acres Seth Hubbard owned in this county when he died. A lot of the records were destroyed when the courthouse burned after the Second War, but I've been able to reconstruct much of what I'm looking for. I've dug through every deed book all the way back to the early 1800s, and I've scoured every copy of the local newspapers from the day they started printing. I've also done a fair amount of genealogical research into the Hubbard, Tabor, and Rhines families. As you know, it's very difficult with these black folks. Letty was raised by Cypress and Clyde Tabor, but she was never legally adopted. She didn't know it until she was 30 years old, according to Portia. Portia also believes, as do I, that Letty was really a Rhines, a family that no longer exists in Ford County.
Jake took a sip of coffee and listened intently. Lucian propped up a large hand-drawn map and began pointing.
This is the original Hubbard property, 80 acres, been in the family for 100 years. Seth inherited it from his father, Cleon, who died 30 years ago. Cleon left a will giving everything to Seth, and Ansel was never mentioned. Next to it is another 80-acre section, right here, at the bridge where they found Seth after he fell off his ladder. The other 40 acres over here were purchased by Seth 20 years ago and are not important.
Lucian was tapping the second parcel, upon which he had crudely drawn a creek, a bridge, and a hanging tree.
Here's where it gets interesting. This second tract of 80 acres was purchased in 1930 by Cleon Hubbard. It was sold to him by Sylvester Rhines, or the wife of Sylvester Rhines. The land had been in the Rhines family for 60 years. What's unusual about this is that Rhines was black, and it appears as though his father was the son of a freed slave who took possession of the 80 acres around 1870 during Reconstruction. It's not clear how he managed to assume ownership, and I'm convinced we'll never know. The records simply do not exist.
How did Cleon take ownership from Rhines? Jake asked.
By a simple quitclaim deed signed by Esther Rhines, not by her husband.
Where was her husband?
Don't know. I'm assuming he was either dead or gone because the land was in his name, not his wife's. For her to be able to convey property, it would have been necessary for her to inherit the land, so he was probably dead.
No record of his death?
None yet, but I'm still digging. There's more. There are no records of the Rhines family in Ford County after 1930. They disappeared, and there's not a single Rhines to be found today. I've checked phone books, voter registration records, tax rolls, you name it, and I've been through it. Not a single Rhines anywhere. Pretty unusual.
So?
So they vanished.
Maybe they all went to Chicago like everybody else.
Perhaps. From Letty's deposition, we learned that her mother was about 16 when she was born, out of wedlock, and that she never knew her father. She says she was born near Caledonia, down in Monroe County. Her mother died a couple of years later. Letty doesn't remember her, and an aunt took her in. Then another aunt. Then she finally landed over in Alabama with the Tabor family. She took their last name and got on with life. You heard the rest of it in her deposition. She's never had a birth certificate.
What's the point here, Lucian? He opened another file and slid a copy of a single sheet of paper across the table.
A lot of Negro babies were born back then without birth certificates. They were born at home with midwives and such, and nobody bothered with record keeping. But the health department in every county tried to at least record the births. That's a copy from a page in the 1941 Register of Live Births. It shows one Letitia Dolores Rhines being born on May 16th to a young woman named Lois Rhines, age 16, in Monroe County, Mississippi.
You went to Monroe County and dug this up?
I did, and I'm not finished. Looks like Letty might be a Rhines.
But she said she doesn't remember any of this, or at least she doesn't remember anything before her childhood in Alabama.
Do you remember anything that happened before you were 3 years old?
Everything.
then you're a nutcase.
So, what if Letty's people came from Ford County?
Let's assume they did, just for the hell of it. And let's assume further that they once owned the same 80 acres that Cleon Hubbard took title to in 1930, the same that got handed down to Seth Hubbard, and the same he willed to Letty. That closes the circle, doesn't it?
Maybe, maybe not. There are still some huge gaps. You can't assume that all black folks named Rhines in North Mississippi came from Ford County. That's a stretch.
Granted, it's only a theory, but we're making progress.
We?
Portia and I. I've got her digging through her family tree. She's been hounding Cypress for details, but she's not too talkative. And like most families, there's a lot of crap back there that Portia wishes she'd never found.
For example?
Cypress and Clyde Tabor never married. They had 6 kids and lived together for 40 years, but never tied the knot, legally anyway.
That was not unusual. The common law protected them.
I know that. There's a good chance that Cypress is not even blood kin. Portia thinks her mom might have been abandoned more than once before getting dumped on the Tabor's front doorstep.
Does Letty talk about it?
Not much, evidently. As you might guess, her family tree is not a pleasant subject.
Wouldn't Letty know if she was born a Rhines?
One would think so, but maybe not. She was 30 years old before Cypress told her the truth about being adopted. In fact, Cypress never met Letty's mother. Think about that, Jake. For the first 30 years of her life, she assumed Cypress and Clyde were her biological parents, and the other 6 kids were her brothers and sisters. Portia said she was upset when she finally learned the truth, but she's never had any desire to dig into the past. The Tabors in Alabama are not even remotely related to the Rhineses in Ford County, so I guess it's possible Letty doesn't know where she came from.
Jake thought about this for a few minutes as he sipped coffee slowly and tried to think of all the angles. He said, "Okay, let's buy into your theory. Why then would Seth want to return the land to a Rhines?"
My theory hasn't gotten that far yet.
And why would he leave her everything? The 80 acres plus a hell of a lot more, at the expense of his own family.
Still digging for that one.
I like it. Let's keep digging.
This could be crucial, Jake, because it could prove motive. The big question is, why? And if we can answer it, then you might just win at trial. Otherwise, you're screwed.
That's just your opinion, Lucian. As I recall, that was your general sentiment right before the Haley trial.
The sooner you forget that trial, the sooner you'll become a better lawyer.
Jake smiled and stood. Some things you can't forget, Lucian. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go shopping with my daughter. Merry Christmas to you.
Bah, humbug.
Are you coming over for dinner?
Bah, humbug.
That's what I figured. See you Monday. Simeon Lang arrived home just after dark on Christmas Eve. He had been away for over 2 weeks, and his travels had taken him as far as Oregon, in an 18-wheeler packed with 6 tons of stolen appliances. He had a pocket full of cash, love in his heart, Christmas jingles on his tongue, and a nice bottle of bourbon hidden under the passenger seat. He was cold sober at the moment, and he was promising himself he would not let the booze disrupt the holidays. All in all, Simeon was in a cheerful mood, at least until he pulled to a stop in front of the old Sappington place. He counted 7 cars parked haphazardly in the driveway and around the front lawn. 3 he recognized, the others he wasn't so sure. He abruptly stopped Jingle Bells in mid-chorus and wanted to curse. All the lights were on in the house, and it gave every impression of being filled with people. One of the advantages of marrying Letty was that her family lived far away, over in Alabama. She had no relatives in Ford County. On his side, there were too many, and they caused trouble, but he took no flack from her people, at least not in the early years. He had secretly been delighted when she, at the age of 30, learned that Cypress and Clyde Tabor were not her real parents, and their 6 kids were not her siblings. This delight faded quickly, though, when Letty carried on as if they were blood kin. Clyde died, the kids scattered, and Cypress needed a place to live. They took her in, temporarily, and 5 years later, she was still there, bigger and needier than ever. The brothers and sisters were back, with their broods in tow and their hands out. To be fair, there were some Langs in there too. A sister-in-law in particular had become a constant nuisance. She was out of work and needed a loan, preferably one accompanied by a verbal promise that could not be enforced. Simeon almost reached for the bottle, but he fought the urge and got out of his truck. There were kids everywhere, a fire in the fireplace, and a kitchen full of women cooking and men tasting. Almost everyone was either happy to see him or good at pretending. Letty smiled and they hugged. He had called the day before from Kansas and promised to be home in time for dinner. She pecked him on the cheek to see if he had been drinking, and when he passed that test, she relaxed considerably. To her knowledge, there was not a drop of booze in the house, and she wanted desperately to keep it that way. In the den, Simeon hugged his kids, Portia, Phaedra, Clarice, and Kirk, and his 2 grandchildren. From upstairs, a boombox was blasting Rudolph, while 3 little boys pushed Cypress in her wheelchair up and down the hallway at a dangerous speed. Teenagers watched the television at full volume. The old house almost shook with a chaotic energy, and after a few minutes, Simeon was at peace again. The solitude of the open road had been dashed, but it was, after all, Christmas Eve, and he was surrounded by family. For sure, much of the love and warmth on display was being driven by greed and the desire to get closer to Letty, but Simeon let it go. For a few hours anyway. Just enjoy the moment. If only Marvis could be there. Letty arranged 2 tables end to end in the dining room. The ladies then covered them with roasted turkeys, hams, sweet potatoes, half a dozen other vegetables and casseroles, and an impressive assortment of cakes and pies. It took a few minutes to gather everyone around the food, and when they were still, Letty offered a quick prayer of thanksgiving. But she had more to say. She unfolded a sheet of white notebook paper and said, "Please listen. This is from Marvis." At the sound of his name, all movement stopped. All heads dipped lower. They all had their own memories of the oldest child, and most of them were heartbreaking, unpleasant. Letty read, "Hello, Mom and Dad, brothers and sisters, nieces and nephews, aunts and uncles, cousins and friends. I wish you the happiest holiday greetings and hope everyone has a Merry Christmas. I'm writing this from my cell at night. From here I can catch a glimpse of the sky, and tonight there is no moon, but plenty of stars. One is really bright. I think it's the North Star, but I'm not sure. Anyway, right now I'm pretending it's the star over Bethlehem, leading the wise men to the baby Jesus. Matthew chapter 2. I love you all. I wish I could be there. I'm so sorry for my mistakes and the misery I've caused to my family and friends. I'll get out one day, and when I'm free, I'll be there at Christmas, and we'll have a great time. Marvis." Her voice stayed strong, but tears streamed down her cheeks. She wiped them, managed to smile, then said, "Let's eat." Because it was a special occasion, Hannah insisted on sleeping with her parents. They read Christmas stories until well past 10, with at least 2 breaks every half hour, so she could sprint to the den and make sure Santa had not somehow sneaked into the house. She chattered and wiggled with usual nervous anticipation until she inadvertently grew still. When Jake awoke at sunrise, she was wedged under her mother, both of them sound asleep. But with a gentle, "I think Santa Claus has been here," his girls sprang to life. Hannah dashed to the tree and squealed with amazement at the glorious loot Santa had left her. Jake made the coffee while Carla took photos. They opened gifts and laughed with Hannah as the wrappings and boxes piled up. What on earth was better than being a 7-year-old on Christmas morning? When the excitement began to wane, Jake stepped away and eased outside. In a small utility room next to the carport, he retrieved another package, a large square box wrapped in green paper with a large red bow. From inside, the puppy whimpered. It had been a long night for both of them. "Look what I found," he announced as he sat the box on the floor next to Hannah. "What is it, Daddy?" Hannah asked, immediately suspicious. From inside, the frazzled puppy made not a sound. "Open it," Carla said, and Hannah began ripping paper. Jake unfolded the top of the box, and Hannah looked inside. Sadie met her gaze with sad, tired eyes that seemed to say, "Get me out of here." They would pretend Sadie came from the North Pole. In fact, she came from the county's rescue shelter, where for $37 Jake bought her with all shots included and some future spaying thrown in. With hints of pedigree not even remotely possible, her handlers could not speculate on her size or temperament. One thought she had a lot of terrier, while another disagreed sharply and said, "There's got to be some schnauzer in there somewhere." Her mother had been found dead in a ditch, and she and her 5 siblings had been rescued at the age of about 1 month. Hannah lifted her gently, cradled her, cuddled her, squeezed her next to her chest, and of course the dog began licking her face. She looked at her parents in speechless amazement, her beautiful eyes moist, her voice unable to work. Jake said, "Santa called her Sadie, but you can choose any name you want." Santa was a miracle worker, but at that moment, all other gifts and toys he had left behind were instantly forgotten. Hannah finally said, "Sadie's perfect." Within an hour, the dog had taken over, as all 3 humans followed her around, making sure she got whatever she wanted. The invitation to cocktails was a handwritten note from Willie Traynor. 6 o'clock the day after Christmas at the Hocut House. Holiday attire, whatever that meant. Carla insisted it meant a necktie at the least, and Jake eventually caved in. Initially, they went through the motions of pretending they did not want to go, when in reality there was absolutely nothing else to do on the day after Christmas. Well-done cocktail parties were rare in Clanton, and they suspected Willie, who grew up in Memphis amid money, might just know how to throw one. The biggest draw was the house. For years they had admired it from the street, but had never managed to get inside. "There's a rumor he wants to sell it," Jake said as they were discussing the invitation. He had not told his wife about the earlier conversation with Harry Rex, mainly because the price, whatever it happened to be, was far out of their range. "That rumor has been around, hasn't it?" she replied, and from that moment on began dreaming about the house. "Yes, but Harry Rex says Willie is serious now. He never stays there." They were the first to arrive, fashionably late at 10 minutes after, and Willie was all alone. His holiday attire included a red bow tie, black satin dinner jacket, and some modification of Scottish kilts. He was in his early 40s, handsome with long hair and a graying beard, and perfectly charming, especially to Carla. Jake had to admit to some level of envy. Willie was only a few years older, yet he had already made $1 million. He was single, known to enjoy the ladies, and gave the impression of a man who had been around the world. He poured champagne into heavy crystal flutes, offered a holiday toast, and after the first sip said with a smile, "I want to tell you something," as if they were family and important news had arrived. He went on, "I have decided to sell this house. I've owned it for 16 years, and I love the place, but I'm simply not here enough. It needs real owners, people who will treasure it, preserve it, and keep it just like it is." Another sip as Jake and Carla hung in midair. "And I'm not selling to just anyone. No realtor is involved. I'd like to avoid putting it on the market. I don't want the town talking about it." Jake couldn't suppress a chuckle at this. The town was already talking. Okay, there are no secrets around here, but folks don't have to know what we discuss. I would love for you two to have it. I actually saw your other house before it was destroyed, and I admire the way you restored it." "Cut the price and we're in," Jake said. Willie looked at Carla's soft brown eyes and said, This place has your name written all over it." "How much?" Jake asked. His spine stiffened, and he vowed not to flinch when the figure was revealed. $250, Willie said without hesitation. "I paid $100 for it in 1972, then spent $100 more fixing it up. Same house in Midtown Memphis would push $1 million, but then that's a long way off. At $250, it's a steal, but you can't ignore the market. If I advertised it for $500,000, it would sit here until the weeds took over. Frankly, I'd just like to get my money back." Jake and Carla exchanged blank stares because there was nothing to say, not at that moment. Willie, ever the salesman, said, "Let's look around. The others get here at 6:30. He topped off their flutes, and they headed for the front porch. Once the tour commenced, Jake knew there was no turning back. According to Willie, the house was built around 1900 by Dr. Miles Hocutt, the town's leading physician for decades. It was a classic Victorian, with 2 high-gabled roofs, a turret that ran up 4 levels, and wide covered porches that swept around the house on both sides. The price was not outrageous, Jake had to admit. It was certainly out of his range, but it could have been much worse. Jake suspected Harry Rex had advised Willie to be reasonable, especially if he wanted the Brigances to own it. According to Harry Rex, one rumor had Willie making another bundle in the stock market. Another had him losing badly in Memphis real estate, and yet another had him inheriting a fortune from his grandmother, Bibi. Who knew? The price, though, seemed to indicate a need for quick cash. Willie knew Jake and Carla needed a house. He knew they were bogged down in insurance litigation. He knew, probably through Harry Rex, that Jake was in line to collect a generous fee in the Hubbard matter. As Willie chatted nonstop and guided Carla across the beautifully stained heart pine floors, through the modern kitchen, up the winding staircase, and all the way into the circular reading room on the 4th level of the turret, with a view of the church steeples just blocks away, Jake dutifully followed along, wondering how in the world they could possibly afford it, let alone furnish it. Chapter 25. For those contesting the handwritten will of Seth Hubbard, Christmas came late, January 16th to be exact. An investigator working for Wade Lanier struck gold. His name was Randall Clapp, and he finally found a potential witness named Fritz Pickering, who was living near Shreveport, Louisiana. Clapp was Wade Lanier's top investigator and had a well-trained nose for digging up information. Pickering was simply minding his own business and had no idea what Clapp wanted. But he was curious, so they agreed to meet at a delicatessen where Clapp said he'd buy lunch. Clapp was in the process of interviewing Letty Lang's former employers, almost all of whom were fairly affluent white homeowners accustomed to using black domestic help. In her deposition, Letty had given as many of these names as she could remember, or so she testified. She was clear that there might have been 1 or 2 others over the past 30 years. She didn't keep records. Most housekeepers did not. She had failed, though, to mention working for Irene Pickering. The name surfaced when Clapp was interviewing another former boss. Letty had never worked for anyone longer than 6 years. There were various reasons for this, none of which had anything to do with incompetence. Indeed, almost all of her ex-employers gave her high marks. Pickering, though, would be different. Over soup and salad, he told his story. About 10 years earlier, either in 1978 or 1979, his mother, a widow named Irene Pickering, had hired Letty Lang to clean and cook. Mrs. Pickering lived just outside the small town of Lake Village in an old house that had been in the family forever. At the time, Fritz Pickering lived in Tupelo and worked for an insurance company, the one that transferred him to Shreveport. He saw his mother at least once a month and came to know Letty fairly well. Everyone was pleased with the relationship, especially Mrs. Pickering. In 1980, her health began a rapid decline, and it became obvious that the end was near. Letty worked longer hours and showed real compassion for the dying woman. But Fritz and his sister, the only other sibling, began to grow suspicious about their mother's routine financial affairs. Gradually, Letty had taken control of collecting the bills and writing the checks, though it appeared as if Mrs. Pickering always signed them. Letty kept up with the bank statements, insurance forms, bills, and other paperwork. Fritz got an urgent call one day from his sister, who had found an astonishing document. It was a will handwritten by their mother, and in it she left $50,000 in cash to Letty Lang. Fritz took off from work, sped over to Lake Village, met his sister after hours, and took a look at the will. It had been dated 2 months prior and signed by Irene Pickering. There was no doubt about the handwriting, though it was a much feebler version of what they had always known. His sister had found the will in a plain envelope stuffed in an old family Bible on a shelf with the kitchen cookbooks. They confronted their mother, who claimed to be too weak to discuss the matter. At the time, Mrs. Pickering had $110,000 in a certificate of deposit and $18,000 in a checking account. Letty had access to the monthly statements for these accounts. The following morning, Fritz and his sister confronted Letty when she arrived for work. During a nasty row, they claimed she had convinced or even coerced their mother into making the will. She denied any knowledge of it and seemed genuinely surprised, even hurt. They fired her anyway and made her leave the house immediately. They loaded up their mother and drove her to a lawyer's office in Oxford, where the sister lived. While they waited, the lawyer prepared a 2-page will that made no mention of Letty Lang and left everything to Fritz and his sister in equal shares, just as they had discussed many times with their mother. She signed it on the spot, died a month later, and the probate went off without a hitch. Fritz and his sister sold the house and property and split the assets evenly, without a cross word. Before Irene died, they quizzed her several times about the handwritten will, but it always upset her, and she wouldn't discuss it. They quizzed her about Letty Lang, and this made her cry too. Eventually, they stopped these conversations. Truthfully, at the time she signed the will in the lawyer's office, she was not really thinking clearly, and things did not improve before she died. Over coffee, Clapp listened with growing excitement. With Fritz's permission, he was recording the conversation and couldn't wait to play it back for Wade Lanier.
Did you keep a copy of the handwritten will?
Fritz shook his head and said,
I don't recall doing that, and if we did keep it, it's long gone. I sure don't know where it would be. Did the lawyer in Oxford keep it?
I think so. When we took Mother to see him, we gave him her prior will, one that was prepared by a lawyer in Lake Village, plus the handwritten will. And I'm sure he kept both of them. He said it was important to destroy prior wills because they sometimes show up and cause problems.
Do you remember the name of the lawyer in Oxford?
Hal Freeman, an old guy who's since retired. My sister died 5 years ago, and I was the executor of her estate. Freeman had retired by then, but his son handled the probate.
Did you and the son ever talk about the handwritten will?
I don't think so. I had very little contact with him, really. I try to avoid lawyers, Mr. Clapp. I've had some very unpleasant experiences with them.
Clapp was savvy enough to know he had discovered dynamite, and he was experienced enough to know it was time to back off. Take it slow. Share it all with Wade Lanier and let the lawyer call the shots. Pickering began to inquire into Clapp's reasons for pursuing Letty, but was met with a wall of vagueness. They finished lunch and said goodbye. Wade Lanier listened to the tape with his customary grim face and tight lips, but Lester Chilcott, his associate, could hardly suppress his enthusiasm. After Clapp was excused from Lanier's office, Chilcott rubbed his hands together and said, "This ball game is over." Wade eventually smiled. Step 1, no further contact with Pickering. His mother and sister were dead, so he was the only person who could possibly testify about the handwritten will, other than Hal Freeman. 2 quick phone calls to Oxford verified that Freeman was retired, still alive, and that his old office was run by his 2 sons, Todd and Hank. Ignore Pickering for now. No contact between Lanier's office and Pickering, because it would be important at a later date for Pickering to testify he had never spoken to the attorneys. Step 2, Find the handwritten will at all costs. If it exists, find it, get it. But do so without alerting Hal Freeman, if possible. Find it before Jake or somebody else does. Step 3. Bury this now and save it for later. The most dramatic and effective use of the handwritten will of Irene Pickering would come at trial, with Letty Lang on the witness stand and denying any knowledge of the will. Produce it then, make her a liar, and prove to the jury that conniving her way into wills handwritten by her old and vulnerable bosses was a devious pattern. Such a strategy was loaded with hazards. The first and most obvious was the basic rules of discovery. Jake had filed interrogatories requiring his adversaries to divulge the identities of all potential witnesses. Lanier and the other lawyers had done the same. It was standard procedure in the new days of wide-open discovery where everything was supposedly transparent. To hide a witness like Fritz Pickering was not only unethical, but also dangerous. Attempting to produce a surprise at trial was often futile. Lanier and Chilcott needed time to plot ways around this rule. There were exceptions, but they were narrow. Just as troublesome was the plan to find Irene's handwritten will. There was a chance it had been destroyed, along with 1,000 other worthless old files in the Freeman archives. But lawyers generally kept their retired files for longer than 10 years, so the odds were decent that the will was still around. Ignoring Fritz was also problematic. What if another lawyer tracked him down and asked the same questions? If the other lawyer happened to be Jake, then the element of surprise would be lost. Jake would have plenty of time to coach Letty into testimony that might appease the jury. He could certainly spin the story. And he would rage at the violated discovery rules. Judge Atlee would not be sympathetic. Lanier and Chilcott debated the idea of contacting Freeman directly. If the will was filed away in gathering dust, Freeman could certainly produce it without someone being forced to steal it. And he would be a respectable witness at trial. But speaking to Freeman would blow their great secret. As a potential witness, his name would be revealed. The element of surprise would be lost. It might become necessary to approach him later, but for now, Wade Lanier and Lester Chilcott were quite content to spin a web of silence and deceit. Cheating was often hard to cover and required meticulous planning, but they were skilled. 2 days later, Randall Clapp entered the Freeman law firm and informed the secretary he was there for a 4 o'clock appointment. The two-man shop was in a converted bungalow, 1 block off the Oxford Town Square, next door to a savings and loan, and just down the street from the federal courthouse. As Clapp waited in the reception area, he flipped through a magazine and took in the surroundings. No video cameras, no security sensors, a deadbolt on the front door, no chains, almost nothing to prevent even a half-witted cat burglar from sneaking in during the night and taking his time. And why would there be? Other than the usual mountain of paperwork, there was nothing of real value in the building. It was a typical small-town law office, just like 100 others Clapp had visited. He had already wandered through the rear alley and scoped out the back door. A deadbolt, but nothing formidable. His man Irby could walk through either the front or the rear door faster than one of the employees using a key. Clapp met with Todd Freeman and discussed some land he wanted to buy west of town, along the main highway. He used his real name, real job, and real business card, but lied when he said he and his brother wanted to put in an all-night truck stop. The legal work would be routine, and Todd seemed sufficiently interested. Clapp asked to use the restroom and was sent down the narrow hall. Retractable staircase, at least 2 cluttered rooms chock full of files, a small kitchen with a broken window, no lock, no security sensors anywhere. Piece of cake. Irby entered the building just after midnight, while Clapp sat low in his car across the street and watched for trouble. It was January 18th, cold, a Wednesday, and the students were not out on the town. The square was dead, and Clapp's biggest fear was getting noticed by a bored policeman. Once Irby was inside, he checked in by radio. All was quiet and still. Using his trusty jack blade, he had picked the rear door deadbolt in seconds. With an infrared pen light, he eased through the offices. Not a single interior door was locked. The retractable stairs were flimsy and squeaked, but he managed to pull them down with little racket. He stood in the front window, spoke to Clapp by radio, and Clapp could not see his shadow inside. Wearing gloves and disturbing nothing, Irby began in one of the storage rooms. It would take hours, and he was in no hurry. He opened drawers, looked at files, dates, names, and so on, and in doing so, touched documents that had not been touched in weeks, months, maybe years. Clapp moved his car to a lot on the other side of the square and walked through the alleys. At 1 a.m., Irby opened the rear door, and Clapp entered the building. Irby said, "Every room has file cabinets. Looks like the current files are kept in the lawyers' offices, some by the secretaries." "What about these two rooms?" Clapp asked. "The files date back about 5 years. Some are retired, some not. I'm still looking. I haven't finished the second room. There's a large basement filled with old furniture, typewriters, law books, and more files, all retired." They found nothing of interest in the second room. The files were the typical assortment of retired cases one would find in any small-town law office. At 2:30, Irby carefully climbed the steps of the retractable stairs and disappeared into the attic. Clapp closed them behind him and went to the basement. The attic was windowless, pitch black, and lined with neat rows of cardboard storage boxes stacked 4 deep. With no chance of being seen from the outside, Irby increased the glow of his penlight and scanned the boxes. Each had a code handwritten in black marker. Real estate, 1176-8177. Criminal, 3181-7181, and so on. He was relieved to find files dating back a dozen years, but frustrated at the absence of any related to wills and estates. Those would be in the basement. After rummaging down there for half an hour, Clapp found a stack of the same types of storage boxes marked Probate, 1979-1980. He pulled the box out of a stack, opened it carefully, and began leafing through dozens of files. Irene Pickering's was dated August 1980. It was 1.5 inches thick and tracked the legal work from the day Hal Freeman prepared the 2-page will that Irene signed on the spot through the final order dismissing Fritz Pickering as her executor. The first entry was an old will prepared by the lawyer in Lake Village. The second was a handwritten will. Clapp read it aloud and slowly, the scrawl at times difficult to decipher. The 4th paragraph contained a $50,000 bequest to Letty Lang. "Bingo," he mumbled. He placed the file on a table, closed the box, gently put it back in its place, backtracked carefully, and left the basement. With the file in a briefcase, he stepped into the dark alley and after a few minutes called Irby on the radio. Irby eased out of the rear door, stopping only to quickly relock the deadbolt. To their knowledge, they had disturbed nothing and left no marks. The offices needed a good cleaning to begin with, and a bit of dirt off a shoe or some rearranged dust was not going to attract attention. They drove 2.5 hours to Jackson and met Wade Lanier at his office before 6 a.m.